himself a crossover.
Oh, killer crossover.
Just crossover. It just crossed him over nastily. Another victim to the crossovers. Crossed him up and sit him down.
Time for the crossover powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com. John, Josh, and Peterman are here.
Hello.
Hello.
What we doing, everybody?
Awesome.
Is this mic turned on?
Yeah,
Seemed
I hear
a
you.
little- Seemed a little soft.
I got you. Are you backseat producing
No,
already with
I turned the
Peter?
volume. I always turn the volume down for poor little John's ears, because when he,
Well, I don't like it that loud. I don't need to hear it that loud.
I like mine up, and then sometimes John comes in, he plugs his headphones in, and he's like, ah,
Well,
yeah,
It's very loud.
yes. So
Very loud.
I turn it down for you, John. Did I turn it down too far?
I don't know. It just seemed like the volume out of this mic was less than what
Maybe you're talking quieter.
I am. I'm
Speak
tired.
up.
I'm tired today.
What's wrong?
I'm beat.
Is it because Nick's gone?
No.
Hokey Skirt writes, "You're not Nick.
No.
You're not
That
Ron."
is not
You're not
me. That
Ron.
is Peter.
Uh-huh.
That is Peter,
Hello.
man.
Though we
I
have-
look forward to a cleanly executed conduct today at 5:30.
Though I will say there's a little Nick in the show today.
Oh, I'd say more than a little.
Yeah.
With the title of the show and the graphic, ROCKGUST, and the title is "The Dodgers
spelled-
Lost LMAO."
Spelled rot gut wrong. again.
Nice. This is what we are talking
It's
about.
almost like baseball teams lose games sometimes.
Not the Royals, though.
Well,
They're on a nice little streak right now.
catch them today.
Uh-oh.
Maybe tomorrow.
Hmm.
Maybe the next.
They're like the Brewers of the AL.
No, they're not.
Oh, okay.
Don't say that.
Okay.
They are most certainly not.
Yeah.
They stink.
I was real scared with that 1-run lead last
Yeah.
night.
The Royals are just like, 2.5 out of the wild
They're
card?
3.5 out, and they're fine. I shouldn't say they stink. They're
yeah,
fine.
they're fine.
What is
But-
it, like a 3-way tie for the spots right now?
They're
It's
no.
Or is,
They're
at Seattle,
right behind.
New York,
They're
and
right behind
Boston.
Cleveland.
Yeah, those
and-
two are outside.
Yeah.
The
And then-
three teams that were in at some point this week, I think it was a 3-way tie.
They might
between
actually-
Seattle,
they might
Boston,
be.
and New York.
Wow.
Yeah, those teams are all mid too.
Interesting.
So there's like
Baseball.
good teams, then there's mid teams, and then there's bad ones that still have a chance to make the playoffs.
You're saying the Royals are one of those?
Yeah, the Royals are probably one of those.
Bad. They're above 500
This
now.
is Manfred's fault. Just tell me I can't make it.
yeah.
Wow,
like-
you're getting heartbroken. You're getting triggered by the possibility of being in the playoffs.
I want to be in the playoffs, but I don't want them to be bad and make the play. Like they were just kind of bad last year, and they made the playoffs.
They won.
What
Multiple
did they
games.
win?
Well, they went.
They won one game against the
Yeah.
Yankees,
But they won the
They won the
previous
whole
whatever
series.
thing is. What's that? Is it a
the
series?
wild card
Is
series.
that a best of 3?
Yes.
What is this? A tennis match?
See,
Thank you.
It's another example why
It's
there's
just
just
a
too many
women's tennis
teams.
match.
Too many teams.
There's too many teams in the playoffs.
Men's tennis matches are best of 5.
If I was an Orioles guy, I'd be pissed. I'd be like, "What? These guys just came in and beat us because we didn't score a run 2 days in a row."
Well, that'd be tough.
That
If
would
you don't
be
score a
tough.
run 2 days in a row, you don't deserve to be in the playoffs.
That's not true. There's 162 games.
Mm.
You could score no runs way more than twice.
Getting shut out twice. Who you playing? The black shirts. Dominican Sue ain't on that defense. Tapper.
That's true. That is true.
Who was the latest person? Oh, it was Nebraska ball Mike.
The basketball Mike did a hype speech today.
Wait, what?
Oh yeah, we heard from Mike. He called in. He got a little teary-eyed about
About what?
Archie.
About Archie,
Oh,
the punter.
He said the whole
he's
Husker Nation is behind him.
He's fine. He's gonna be okay.
He is.
Correct.
Anyway,
Hodson says he was
also-
crying.
He also
was.
said we're going to be crying in February.
are you sure he was crying? Because
Good take.
sometimes Nebraska ball Mike's voice has that timbre in it that sounds like it's
Of
crying.
tears?
He
it's
worked
not.
himself pretty good.
Did he work himself into a shoot?
Yeah.
I think he lives in a chute.
I am of shoot.
Yeah,
We have a
that's
caller.
certainly
He hasn't called
possible.
in a while. He's usually a football season caller where he calls in and he works himself into a lather where he gets mad at us by the end of his phone call.
Awesome.
Where he just, like, I can tell he just wants to argue, but he has to talk himself into the argument.
That's
Yeah.
great.
Oh, man. We were
People
about
do that
time.
on Big Red Overreaction too. Like,
Mhm.
what do you
Yep.
say
Yeah.
to that?
Yeah.
What do you think about
Do you
that?
want to fight me? No.
No.
Just give me your
You're
take.
just talking.
You think we'll get that the phone call in a car like we did last year with the holy triumvirate of tiny babies?
Yes.
Oh, it's possible.
remember those
Is it
people?
Ava and Plinky or
We should
It's just
go
the
find
Ghost
those.
and Pac-Man.
Hey,
Blinky,
Otson.
Pinky, Dinky, and Winky.
Otson, I know you're working hard today. You got a lot on your plate, but if you went and scrubbed the Wisconsin overreaction and found those, and then we edited that together
somebody
as a
tweeted
super
them out
call.
recently. Did you?
No,
It was
the video?
Joey. It was Joey. Go to Joey's Twitter.
He tweeted the video.
Joey tweeted the videos.
Oh yeah, he might. Have.
It was
What?
probably within the last 3-4 weeks.
Wow.
Why?
I don't know. Joey does what he does.
Why does Joey do what he does?
Why does Joey do anything?
Mm-hmm.
Speaking of overreaction, we got an email from Steve.
4 minutes and 4 seconds. Oh my gosh. So this must be one of the calls.
Yeah.
Okay.
Or maybe it's both of them combined into one.
All right. I'm
He might have done some light editing.
gonna retweet it. I'm just gonna blindly
I'm just
retweet
gonna
it.
blindly retweet.
Kind of a scary thing to do. Anyway, John, sorry.
Steve's email is, by the way, he loves listening to Michael on Mondays with Michael.
Hell yeah, we do too, man. That was 40 minutes yesterday.
Nice.
Yeah.
Question.
Question for you.
Answer.
How come you guys dread doing Big Red overreaction so much?
Who says that?
Catch it
Me.
occasionally, and I think it's really funny listening to some of the hilariously stupid comments or suggestions by callers. Callers, Josh.
I love
A lot
callers.
of them drunk for sure. It's
Yeah.
even more entertaining if I catch it on YouTube and witness your physical reactions to a ridiculous call. Example, shaking your head, rolling your eyes, throwing your arms up in the air,
Do that a
etc.
lot, yeah.
LOL.
Yeah.
I'm sure it's very draining. What I describe above, I'm sure could be a contributing factor of why you don't like to be assigned to do the show. Thanks, Steve.
Okay, this is a good topic.
Topic alert.
It's a
I will
good
tell
topic.
you. I will tell you why I dread Big Red overreaction.
Perfect.
Because I dread most things. People ask me to do stuff,
Mm.
and I'm like, "Oh my god!"
But you always say
"Why
yes.
did I sign up to do that?" And then here's what happens.
Yeah.
I do it, and I generally end up enjoying myself. That's what happens with Big Red overreaction
This
every
almost
time.
sounds like how his child was conceived.
Happer.
Okay.
Happer.
I guess so. Oh, that was a pleasure. That was
And fast.
That was very enjoyable.
It's like, do you want to go out and play golf? It's like, oh God, I
Yeah.
guess whatever. And then I go, and it's great.
Do you feel this way when we're like, let's get together for beers, and you agree to it, and then you're like, rats, I have to
No,
go
I am
beers
actually excited about that one.
about beers. Okay,
yeah,
that's good.
if that were to ever happen.
if it does,
well, we'll be sharing
Maybe
a
this
house
week.
together in 8 days. Or
Are you
9
excited
I'm
days.
for a
excited
house?
for that.
Me
yes.
too. I'm pumped. I cannot wait to spend time with my coworker.
I'm not excited to drive though.
No,
I'm not excited to drive
Especially
back.
That's the thing. If we were to power rank the things I'm most excited for,
You're
with that
not
trip,
driving.
I'm riding back for 3
You
hours.
can sleep.
No,
You can
John, I'm not.
work.
I'm
I'm gonna
that's what I'll
purposely
do.
keep my car seat straight up, so you have to stay up.
John,
all
don't
day.
worry. I don't sleep in cars.
You don't?
I am unable
Okay.
to.
Okay.
I'm unable to sleep.
Well,
But
we're
if I
not
were to
going back as early as
No,
he
if I were to
is.
power rank the things, the driving component, those 6 hours are easily last behind doing Big Red overreaction. Okay, I will tell you my thing that I dislike about doing Big Red overreaction. Unlike John, who gets to work from home for Big Red overreaction, I have to
because
leave.
I live in Lincoln, where the game is played.
You did.
Not our fault.
That's not our fault. That is not our fault.
What?
I'm talking about the previous
that,
years.
that Nebraska plays in
I'm
Lincoln.
talking about road games. John, I'm talking about road games.
Well, maybe if they. So you're
So
saying if
you
they
would
move the
ask me to
stadium?
drive an hour and 10 minutes all the way here to do a 2-hour show, and then drive an hour. And
I'm
10
not the one
minutes.
who agreed to work at an Omaha radio
Are
station.
you saying if they move the stadium to Gretna, you would live in Omaha?
Wow.
Yep.
Interesting.
Oh.
Come on, testicles.
Sign him up.
Interesting.
So
Anyway, go ahead.
I leave at halftime because I don't want to miss anything, and I'm about a 20-minute drive, and I then have to watch the second half here and then do the show.
Yeah.
And so it's like a 5-hour-ish experience where I would just rather be sitting on my couch watching football all
Mm.
day.
It's a bit of a time.
It is a time suck for a
Mhm.
Saturday. You
Mhm.
know, that's
Well,
the only reason why I
part of-
dislike it.
So
I love phone calls.
first thing is,
Don't put it on the internet. I don't love phone
do
calls.
not.
I like. I mean, I have a pass to go to the game. I like going to the game and watching.
yeah,
the
and
game
Me
from there.
too, John.
I'd rather
I
be at
am.
home.
And if I'm doing the show, I will not go to the game
Correct,
because
it's
because
too
it's just a
difficult.
You can't.
waste.
Yeah.
You
'Cause I'd
did
have-
it one time.
I would have to leave at halftime.
Him and Michael did it for the first year of Overreaction, where you would leave early, and it was just a pain. in
It's
the
not
ass.
worth it. It's not worth
It's not worth
Because
it.
then you miss the game. You miss the. You need to talk about it. You
right.
miss it.
You miss it.
Very difficult.
The other part is kind of agreed with Josh. Like, for example, I'll just throw out an example.
Okay.
This year we got the Friday night Minnesota game.
Which
Totally
I'm doing,
fine.
for the record.
Totally fine doing that overreaction.
Oh, you're
because-
not even on that one.
because I'm just using it
Out
as
of
an
town.
example. Just using it as an
Oh,
example.
okay, my bad.
Because it's a Friday night. What else is going on? Not much else. There might be one other football game, but I'm like you. If Nebraska's playing at 11, or especially if they're playing at 11, but even if they're playing at like 2:30, I don't like. My attention is divided, especially if there's a good game going on.
You guys are the same.
Yeah.
You guys like the other games.
I like to watch the other games.
Yeah.
I love
right.
games.
Especially if it's a game I'm looking forward to, and it's like, oh man, I got to sit here. And there's some times where honestly, I'm not paying attention to the caller because it's like, oh wow, Alabama's about to do
that
something.
game.
It's like those awkward time where they ask you a question and you're like, you look at your co-host, and your co-host was also not listening.
See,
it's
that's
like
the other thing. It's kind of like
Rats.
highly intensive radio too, because they always say like 4 points,
correct,
and then you feel like maybe you have to respond to all of them.
Let's
points.
go in
You're like,
reverse order.
okay, I have to remember all of those points. What were those points? They
is
were mostly
homework.
dumb.
The night games,
There was a lot of them.
like the Saturday night games aren't as bad
Because there's fewer football games.
There's fewer football games on,
But if there's a good game
but then
on
it
it,
annoys the crap out of my wife
because you're doing a show late.
because I'm doing a show at 11 or 12 o'clock at night or
Correct.
whatever.
You could come to Omaha.
But a lot of it is just I'm sure a lot of the listeners out there want to watch other games.
Correct.
You know?
Yeah.
It's just
So that's the main reason.
so if you combine all of our answers, if you could get it down to one thing, maybe it's just a little inconvenient.
it's an inconvenience.
But
Correct.
guess what?
What?
That's okay.
We're doing it.
We love it.
We're all
Oh,
going to
yeah,
be together on the opening Thursday.
We're doing it.
Money Chris says, why can't I do Bigger at Overreaction from home as well? I mean, I could. Well, honestly, when I usually do the show with John, I do stay at home.
Yeah.
But I don't do that with anybody else because I don't want to be that
I like
guy.
to come. Yeah,
Oh,
I like to come.
Like,
No,
like
no,
it's
no,
such
no,
a
no,
bad
no.
thing. You son of
I'm
a-
not the, I do like using it as an excuse to get Popeyes. So, that's kind of what I do sometimes.
I am gonna leave you at some rest stop.
I'm trying to figure out.
Josh, I can really go to the bathroom. You go to the bathroom. Okay, great. Josh will walk away. I'm gonna run into the car and drive off it.
I'm trying to figure out what I'm going to do with that Friday game because I don't want to go home and then just turn around and drive back at halftime for the Minnesota game.
Oh.
And so
Why don't you do it from home?
because I'm doing it with somebody who lives in Omaha, so I'll probably just stay here. Maybe I'll go to that person's house or apartment and watch the game.
Who's that person? Why is this a secret?
Oh, it's Matt. What if I invited myself over to Matt's apartment?
Oh, he would love to have you over.
I bet he would. His little 20-whatever-year-old roommate. No offense, Peter.
What if we found like
Could you imagine what that place looks like?
No, it's probably disgusting.
I bet he
I
has
bet
a
it- I
lawn
bet it-
chair.
Beds on the floor.
Oh yeah, I bet it's I bet
Overreaction.
it's-
Couches
live for-
against the wall.
How much
I
you want to
bet
bet
it
he
is
has a
awful.
lawn chair as a functional chair? in his
Wow.
apartment?
Poll question.
Yeah.
Either a lawn chair or one of those fold up. It's kind of the new age lawn chair. It's the ones
Yeah.
that
Oh,
fold
that's what I'm
up.
talking about. Yes.
Yeah.
The
Because when I think of a lawn chair, I think of the old, the basket weave.
Oh, yeah.
the
That's what I
basket
thought of too,
weave
John.
and
Yeah.
Now, what do
stuff.
you think of this comment from Corpian, who writes, "This is why I never call in. They don't really want to do it, and I don't need people to think what a dumb question or point."
no, but like I said, while I'm doing it, I'm in it. I'm engaged. It's not gonna
Well, sure.
I'm in it. you know?
Sometimes Alabama's getting upset by Vanderbilt. You forget to pay attention.
I'm
to the phone
trying.
call.
I
Yes.
can't not
Very good
try.
point.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah. No.
I can't just phone it in.
I'm just saying there are some times where that
Sometimes.
happens where I
Yeah.
look, oh wow, that's a pretty cool event.
Yep, exactly. Like last year, I think I was in here with Happer when Vandy did upset Alabama.
Mhm.
I was doing this show because I remember watching it on that TV that we need to roll back in here, by the way. I remember watching it like, whoa, this is pretty cool.
Where is that TV?
Upstairs. So I guess we have to carry
Oh.
it and then roll it.
Well, I wouldn't roll it down the stairs.
Pain in the keister.
Do we have an elevator in this building?
We do
No.
not.
Is this ADA
surprised.
compliant?
Kind of surprised with the yoga studio.
Officer,
Hello.
can you come inspect this, please?
Is that something you call into the police?
No, probably not. ADA?
I mean, you got to believe that there's a lot
Hello?
of really,
Oh, nice catch.
really stupid calls that like 911 and or the police get
Definitely.
about
This
questions
building
like
isn't
that.
ADA compliant.
Oh, 911,
This is
what's
for
your emergency?
emergencies.
Yeah, I'm here at McDonald's and I can't roll my wheelchair up because
Okay.
they don't have ADA ramp.
This is a good topic because
Be
what do you do if you have an emergency that's not really an emergency? Like, for example,
Okay.
I didn't know what to do when my my gas alarm was going off. You know, I was
Gas
like,
alarm.
or no, I smelled. I'm sorry, I'm getting a phone call. I smelled gas
You smelled gas.
in your home.
in my home.
That's scary.
Well, that's kind of an emergency.
Is that an emergency,
Well,
or do
yeah,
I
you're
call
not-
the specific gas?
I mean,
people?
I would have Googled who to call.
So I called an emergency. I called 911, and they were like, "Oh, you know, they just kind of had
Did they
this
literally
Deep
say, "Oh,
sigh
my
on the
God."
other
like
side.
you're not dying, you're not bleeding, everything's probably okay. But I guess we'll call the fire department and we'll have them come
That's
out."
what it says. It says call the fire department or your gas company.
Right. So they
What's
did
the fire department number?
exactly.
911,
Really?
right? If you have to call the fire department, that's a 911 call.
I guess so.
Because I mean, there are non-emergency responses for police, but are there non-emergency
911.
responses for fire?
I thought that there was
there was.
Oh yeah, dial 911 anytime there's a threat to life or property. Wow, so this person was upset with you, Happer. And
Yeah,
you should
what
tell
a
them
jerk.
to suck it.
Well, and it got even better if I could have called the 911 dispatcher back, because the fire people came and they tested my house, and they took one step into my house. They were like, "Whoa, good job. You called the right people. Do not be inside the house right now."
Oh wow.
See,
I was right.
We
Hashtag
need to
Connor was right.
We need to find this 911 operator.
Yeah, the
and
operator
give them
was
the
in the
what
wrong.
if.
Mhm.
Corpian writes, so Connor called and they thought, what a stupid call.
Yeah,
That's pretty good.
now I know how you guys feel.
Wow. You just got bigger at overreaction.
This is a good idea for the Houston Christian game. We just respond to every call like it's a 911 emergency.
Oh my gosh. You called
Excuse
the
me,
wrong
sir. Are
place.
you in pain?
Are you really in pain? Just
Ooh.
because Nebraska only scored 40 points against Houston Christian and the defense really didn't stop anybody today?
Another potential topic. What would be the worst game this year to do Big Red
Houston
overreaction for?
Christian.
And why is it Houston Christian?
So
Because
much of that-
it's Houston Christian.
But so much of that, though, depends on the context of what's going on around it. Like, is there another good game going on?
It doesn't matter.
I can tell
I mean,
you,
do you want to talk about? I mean, I barely want to watch the Houston Christian game.
All right, Houston
much less talk
Christian
about
is
it.
at
Yeah.
11 a.m.,
You're right.
right?
Yes, it is.
Okay, let's see. Oh, there they are. Okay,
Right in
other
there.
11 a.m. games.
But that's okay, because then you at least have some day when you're done.
That is
True.
the sneaky good part about that.
True.
Is you got the whole day.
True.
Oklahoma is at Temple for some godforsaken reason. What a hilarious
I do
road
not
trip.
care about that game.
What about Oregon at Northwestern at the tiny stadium?
No.
The
No.
11 a.m. window for this week is horrible.
No,
Yeah,
we're
and
going
I'm not-
overreaction window.
Georgia,
2:30.
Georgia, Tennessee.
I want to watch Georgia, Tennessee.
Pitt, West Virginia, backyard brawl.
Oregon State, Texas Tech.
USC at Purdue.
Okay, no.
Okay.
Got to study the Big Ten, John.
USC, Purdue.
It's a conference game. Oregon State at Texas Tech.
Pitt, West Virginia.
Yeah, backyard brawl. Night
Yeah.
games, which we'll all be able
South
to
Florida,
watch.
Miami on the CW. Come on.
Hell yeah, Hepper. Florida at LSU at night.
That might be a Tom Brenneman game.
Uh-oh.
Notre Dame, Texas A&M on. Well, that's at 6:30 on Peacock. And
Yeah.
wow,
Fired up for football.
you got A&M and Notre Dame on NBC.
Yeah.
And the CAC.
Yeah.
And Florida LSU on ABC opposite each other.
Wow. That'll
That's
be
That's a good.
That's
well,
a pretty good.
if you're doing
nightcap.
overreaction, you get home. in
You're
time to watch.
home. You're long home.
Yeah,
by
you'll
that
be
point in
fine.
Time.
Yeah.
Long home.
But it's just, man, Houston Christians. Like, what are we going to talk about? Yeah, TJ Lateef looked pretty good jogging onto the field, didn't he?
I think
So then the night
who
games.
did the Northern Iowa game last year?
I did. That was the.
Indeed, it was.
that was that game.
Awesome.
Nightmare.
And
Yeah.
it sounds like Jimmy won't be on this year. No Jimmy Allen on Big Red Overreaction. Happer, you got to leave.
No, sorry. I'm just
Well,
Is the gas
receiving.
company calling you?
No, I'm receiving correspondences.
Interesting.
From the outside world.
Hmm.
Well, that's
Do you
obvious.
have to go
it's-
re-record one of those videos?
No, I did. What are you talking about?
I don't know what you're talking about.
While Connor's responding to a
Yeah.
text message.
Sorry.
Yeah. Godson, how do they know I got gas? Good reference.
Thank you, Josh.
Are the night games all then 2, 3, 4, and 5? You know, like Penn State. What if that game is at night? Is that like high on the list, or is it low on the list because that could be a big?
No, I
massive
tell you,
game?
number 2, possibly number 1 is Black Friday. You don't want to do any radio shows.
I
on that
volunteered
day.
for that this year.
Good
I haven't
job
done
by
Black
you.
Friday in a decade. I said, Josh, I will do
put
Black
me
Friday this year.
down.
I'm doing Black Friday. Give me that baton. I'm gonna be waving
Oh,
it
no.
around.
You haven't done it in a decade. You can't mark
I
the
know.
baton.
It's been awesome. I've gotten really lucky. I volunteered. I said, Josh, give it to me. And
I
so he
thought you did Black Friday last year.
Nope, I was in Colorado. I was in Colorado. I was hanging out with my
Who
family.
did that game last year?
That was Jack and Happer. God, that was a funny show.
Oh, you did that one? Yeah.
What game?
Black
Friday.
You and Jack, remember? Dude, I have a video on my phone of the start of that
Oh
show.
yeah, that's Jack was just sad about
Dude,
stuff.
he
And I
was
was
so
What you don't
depressed.
say.
I was
just
spoiling
sad.
game. I was spoiling the game. Some other. Oh, it was the Georgia Tech game. The crazy.
Oh, the
Yeah.
But you were in
eight
front of
overtime.
him?
Yeah.
Otson writes, so Connor, you do not want to do Black Friday? Is that what I'm hearing? Sources have sent me an early look at the schedule, and Connor Happer's name might be on Black Friday.
Well, no, I never want to do Black Friday, but I always get it every year.
Oh, okay.
So that's
Maybe you and I will have it. That
Mm.
came off of an insane week for you. We went to Vegas. We came back. You had Thanksgiving with your family, and you still had to do the Black Friday bigger.
Who's to say the exact same thing won't happen this year?
That's true.
Let's do it again.
I don't think we'll be in Vegas this year.
Well, somebody might,
Oh,
but
is that what these texts are about?
no, they're not. They're not about.
Look at that. He's going to join you in Las Vegas.
Hey, I'll take it.
That's exciting.
It means I don't have to do big red overreaction.
Exactly.
Actually, I have to figure out because Creighton's playing Thanksgiving.
What does that mean for the pregame show?
Well, I'm hoping that I'll be coming back Thanksgiving. I would not. I would like to. I'm not. Well, I haven't been to a Black Friday game since the one where they blew the 3-score lead. in the
Wait,
second
Creighton's
half.
not playing on Thanksgiving. They're
Yeah,
playing the day before.
Isn't there a world where
No,
they could, though?
I thought they were. Aren't they? I thought they were playing on Thanksgiving.
I thought there
I
was a
thought one of
world
the
where the
games
schedule wasn't known just yet. Am I wrong?
Oh, I guess it depends, right?
If they win or lose.
Yeah,
Oh,
it
is
could
that
be-
the bracket
It could be
game?
either Wednesday or Thursday. I'm sorry. So it's not a
Okay.
guarantee that they would play on Thanksgiving.
Happer.
It's either Wednesday or Thursday.
Well, at least you don't have to sit there with no games the entire week like you did last year.
God, please, don't need to do that.
When we got back last year, we were like, could you imagine John Bishop right now? I just kept thinking it every hour. He's still there.
The only
still there.
Now the only good thing about it was the wife came out halfway through. She arrived right before the first game. So it was like basically splitting two trips.
Yeah.
I was there by myself for a couple of days and then she was there. So that helped split it up. But she's not going this year. She's out on Vegas. So
Otson writes, awful lot of people are too busy to do poor little big red overreaction. Sad.
Now, do not put it on the
Poor
internet that
little-
I've gotten other jobs to not do big red overreaction, but one could
Whoa.
surmise that
Whoa.
based off of all of the other things that we're
Strategic
doing.
job.
Two of the
hunting.
college football season. I am doing another job, flying home and then doing big red overreaction. Look at that. Now that is
That's
hard work.
dedication.
That is dedication to 1620 the zone. You want to see John doing that?
doing what?
What I'm doing?
I'm paying attention.
You're
to
not even
Willie
listening. It's like a
Castro.
big red overreaction
Here's a
show.
critique.
I'm paying attention to Willie Castro actually hitting a ball.
What
hard.
if the schedule came out
Yeah.
in like May? The big red overreaction schedule came out in like May.
Well, like the NFL schedule.
And then we would
Ew.
prioritize big red overreaction over all of the other things.
Well, that's not going to
yeah, come on, Happer. Let's settle down.
happen. Again, Josh and I
Immediately
want to
shot
watch
down.
the other games.
This does lead to the idea of we should just do the draft and we should do it on the radio because that would be a hilarious segment.
We
Actually,
actually
you know what I am for? I think I'm for this now.
What?
Nebraska just plays every game on Friday night.
See, it's good.
I actually love it too, John. Yeah.
That way, none of the big red overreaction.
we never
will feel
get
like a chore.
affected.
Yeah.
It really would have been like, oh, I have the whole weekend.
You guys
still.
would just do a
that's the rest
show,
of the
like an
weekend.
extra long
Oh
show.
man, how great is this? I got all day Saturday,
But-
and I could watch all these other games, and I don't have to worry about Nebraska playing Houston Christian.
You two would have to do every single show.
Was that the rule?
No, because your show would be getting over. The game would start. You'd still be here, watch the game together. You watch all the
What?
games together,
What?
and then do big red overreaction. Starts at 10.
What?
I want there to be food built into this overreaction from our company.
And a handful of those games starting at like I don't know, 2 o'clock.
Okay,
2 o'clock on a Friday.
Mhm.
Let's do it.
Charles
Okay.
writes, I think McMaster should be required to do big red overreaction in the 1290 Coil Studios.
Oh,
Is the
What?
dreaded Saturday? Is there one of those this year, John? A dreaded Coil?
Oh gosh.
okay? So
Peter's getting
Creighton's-
hives just thinking about it.
Creighton's exhibition would be the 18th, and then
Well, no, it's the 17th. It's the Friday
Yeah, Tom-
night.
No.
it's the same night as the
Yes.
football game.
Yes. The Iowa State exhibition is currently scheduled
Oh,
for the
that's right,
same
yeah.
night as the Minnesota football game.
Whoa.
pain.
Your boy is
Oh
out
no,
of
I'm
town
on that
weekend.
one. Oh
Yeah.
no, I'm on that one. No,
Coil
I don't,
for
no!
you!
Don't send me to Coil.
Get into Coil, Josh.
And then the next Saturday, the Colorado State exhibition is a Saturday, and that's the same night or same
Northwestern?
day as Northwestern.
Yeah, because you and I've had conversations about this.
Yeah,
Uh-huh.
Big Coil
Um,
overreaction.
and it's literally those 2 dates.
Pain.
Otherwise, there's no
regular.
there does
season.
not appear to be any conflict unless what's the first weekend of the playoff?
Oh, hell.
The 20th, like that weekend, 19th,
okay.
20th.
Yeah, we're clear. I
Wow,
think. Well,
that's-
the Big East schedule hasn't come out yet, but I think we're clear.
Wow.
So it's literally the 2 Creighton basketball
Exhibition games
exhibition
are
games.
going to send us to Coil.
Interesting.
Wow, it's like a
I
dungeon.
just discovered that
I would-
literally
It's big. It's
my su-
nice.
my-
no, mentally it's a dungeon.
My suggestion would be that
Mentally.
we just run the basketball game on 109 and you guys can
that's. I mean, it would work better for
Compromise.
the phones.
if there's going to be overlap,
Handshakes
which there
all
might be.
Yeah, for sure.
That'd be my suggestion.
I just discovered I have a wedding the Friday Minnesota game that our friends for sure booked, thinking there's no way there's going to be a game.
no.
That's tough.
And I just realized that like 2 weeks ago. I was like, that's the Minnesota
Wow,
game.
That sucks.
And they for sure are going to get a bunch of people
I
at the
will
wedding watching. the
Also be at a
game.
Friday wedding that week, but not here, and nobody will care about Nebraska football. It'll be like the game never happened. to
Mike
me.
points out, is Gary doing bigger overreaction from a can on a string in a Colorado Springs hotel?
Well, have we checked UNO's schedule yet? Have they released their non-con?
Have they?
That is still one of the hardest listens on my way home from a Creighton game.
I remember
There was a part of me that said, I
I'm
should
going in.
even though I literally only saw the last drive of overtime.
Same. I listened to Josh. He was just treading water by himself, and I'm like, do I go to the studio? I haven't seen any of the game. I don't know what happened.
Yeah.
But do I go?
Yeah.
Hey, that Chuba guy looked pretty good, didn't he?
Because that was the game where you challenged yourself to not watch it.
That was the second time. Because remember, I did it the first time. The
And you
Maryland
actually got
game,
away with
and
it.
I got away with it.
Yeah.
But the
next week he would have gotten away for
and
it. had it not been
Wisconsin,
for
I
those
was
kids.
getting away with it, and then
We watched the end. We sat down there after the game had ended, and we watched the
I
end.
remember because
Didn't you look at it like was it on a scoreboard?
it was on the
It was on the ribbon
It was
board.
on the ribbon board. I looked across, and I think did it say it was in overtime or in the
It
fourth
was
quarter?
close. It was late in the fourth, and then we watched
And then we
it.
just decided we're just going to watch this. And so we
I-
sat there at courtside, watched it on my phone.
I was inebriated that night because I also thought, should I go in there and help? But I was a little too inebriated.
We love you, Josh.
What's worse, Josh inebriated or Gary on a
Ooh.
tin can with a
Yeah,
string?
That would have been interesting.
or John or Happer having not seen the
Yeah,
game at all.
Wow, that could have been an
Let's
alternative.
What if we all would have just come in? It could have been a hell of a show.
What
Josh would-
happened?
Josh would be like, I don't know, man.
Should we do a blind
pretty good."
overreaction this year where all you get is the score of the game?
It's
and-
kind of
and the
interesting, Peter.
Peter, what a great
Houston
idea.
Christian.
See, now this is how you get us to like overreaction.
Okay, Houston Christian.
Don't watch.
Nobody
Challenge.
watches it. Callers call in,
And
they
that's
have
the
to
con-
inform
that's
us.
the
We have to
context.
piece it together.
Yeah.
I love that idea. Now I'm not doing that game, but I love that idea as a concept.
What was that again?
Don't watch the game challenge.
Houston Christian game. Nobody watches the game, and then the callers call in, and we have to put it together. He likes
all the
it.
context is just the calls.
That'd be really funny. And of all the games to not have to watch, like in theory, that's the one.
And so we have to put the game together in the context of the call.
Yeah, we have to guess what the
Someone-
score is.
someone calls in,
be
"Wait,
"Hi,
what
it's
happened?"
Big Red overreaction. We didn't watch the game, but you did. So why don't you tell us what you saw?
I mean, they're going to do that anyway. That's what the callers
Exactly.
How would we
Yeah.
pull that off?
I don't know. I mean, the show's based around the callers. So
Yeah, but usually those games do not. I mean, calls will not happen for that.
that's true. There will be the fewest amount of calls.
That's
Yeah.
true.
Calls
mean-
will not.
People just don't care.
Just hard cap it. Just say this is an hour-long show.
We've done that before.
It happens.
I think Gary and I still have the record,
Yeah. How long was that show?
like 47 minutes,
Beautiful.
because it was bumping up against the start of the NLCS and the Cubs were playing the Mets. We're like, we're done. We're done. Good night. Good night.
Which is so funny because Gary is Mr. 2.5 hours.
I know.
At least.
It's wild.
Well,
Yeah.
this Cubs take priority.
Some of us want to get home and eat dinner.
I did the show during a Royals playoff game last year,
You did a good job.
and it was a normal
And
show.
we, and
except
we
for
were
me
reacting
screaming
at
occasionally.
times.
Mhm.
Yes,
We kept it pretty controlled.
that was the game where it wasn't Giancarlo's
It
fault.
wasn't John. That's right.
It's not his fault.
Good times.
See, I missed all of that because I was listening to you and had the game on, but didn't have the sound turned up. So I missed that. So
It's not his fault.
It's
it's not his fault.
Yes, they can.
I just got a text that says people will only be triggered about jerseys for Houston Christian. Nothing more, nothing less.
Whoa.
Jersey.
What's triggering about jerseys?
Are they wearing the all reds?
Oh.
People on the streets, John, are saying they're going to wear all reds and all whites this year, along with all black uniforms.
Good.
Oh, great. So that's 3 losses on the schedule.
They're going to wear all
adding
red
up.
for Houston Christian?
That's what people think.
I mean, I'm fine with all red, but
No,
it's an 11 a.m.
It doesn't
game.
look good. It really doesn't.
The pants don't match. That's the only thing.
Well, they probably do now, don't they? Why wouldn't they match?
I don't know.
Like the Vikings and their helmets.
Was it the red? Like, it's just tough to match with the different materials, the red against the red.
Probably.
And then there's the 2 stripes down the side, and there's no stripes on the uniforms, famously. Unless we go back to 2002.
Chris, who
Maybe
is
that is why they'll be triggering the fans.
Money Chris, who is from Baton Rouge, says
What's up, Chris?
Overreaction would be way more fun if you guys were all drinking during the show. It's how the local guys down here do it for the LSU games. It's usually a remote from a bar and they're just blitzed. It's hilarious. They sometimes get into it with the callers. We don't have to be drunk to get into it with the callers.
Now, if we're doing that, then I will be doing the show from home. If we were doing the drinking overreaction.
Well, yeah, because we
challenge.
want to be home.
Yeah.
So-
I'm not trying to drive.
I think that
Yeah.
that would make me want to do the show less, though.
Really?
I don't
if you were
want to.
drinking.
Yeah, I don't want to. I don't want to do that. I'd rather drink in the comfort of my own home with not a microphone in front of me.
You do have a home microphone.
That
though.
sounds terrible.
Yeah.
Drinking with a microphone in front of you. Haven't we learned the lessons throughout time?
There have been bad events.
Yeah.
Where people have been
been
drinking
bad
with
events.
microphones many times.
But alas,
many
the idea
times.
is back.
I mean, the
Mm.
callers call every week. They're always drunk and they say the stupidest stuff.
They really do say some bad stuff. Otson says the guy who did a podcast centered around drinking.
Yeah. What a mistake that was.
It was a great pod.
It's now over.
It's dead.
It's gone.
That's too bad.
It belongs to AI.
Well, there you go. We've stretched out that answer for
All
an
right.
entire
That was the bigger
crossover.
overreaction crossover.
Good topic alert.
Yep. Thank you. Who was that email again? That was
Money Chris.
No. He
Oh.
added to it.
Steve?
It was Steve.
Steve.
Thanks, Steve.
Thank you, Steve.
Thank you, Steve.
And with that, we will tell you that the crossover was powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com. The Grum is next.
ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
Looking for that perfect bottle? The still
KOCN. Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO. Don't miss a moment, they'll give you your fix. They're on every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick. John, Josh, and Nick. They'll show you what sports talk really is.
Oh, the computer's doing that thing
What's
again.
wrong?
You dirty son of a gun.
What's wrong?
Now the file's too big, but it never told me the file was too big.
Uh-oh.
No, wait, the file's not too big.
Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO.
Let's try this again. Let's see if it works. Of course, it wouldn't work when I really want it to work.
Oh, tech.
I just realized it too as I was getting ready to set up the Grum Down, powered
Brought to you by the Rooferees.
the referees at
John Higgins.
John Higgins Weather Guard. But it appears as
Bless
if you know.
No Grum Down today?
I don't
Grum
know.
Down for you?
Well, I guess we're going to find out here in mere moments as it reloads.
Well, that ain't
But
good.
I was pretty sure because usually it tells me, hey, this file's too big. You gotta
Sure,
do
sure.
something else. Actually, this is the same. We had this same problem a few months ago.
I remember this. We
Where it was only
emailed.
like a couple of pages would load,
Yeah.
and then that's it.
We emailed StreamYard about it. We said, "Hey, what's up
And
with
just
this?"
quit halfway through.
Yep.
Interesting.
Yeah, it was very strange.
Oh,
I see all the stuff. There it is. I got it.
There it is.
Grum Down.
Thank God.
Aha.
Brought to you by the referees at John Higgins Weather Guard.
Good work.
No happy talk in Cincinnati.
The Bengals?
Nope.
Oh.
The team Nebraska plays in 9 days.
The Bearcats?
Yeah. Who else?
I don't know.
They're not playing Xavier.
That's true.
Did you know Xavier used to have a football team?
I don't know if I did, but I'm not surprised.
They did.
You know, they should bring them back.
They have like a display on them in their
Let's play
basketball
football.
arena. Well, in fact, if you remember the movie about We Are Marshall,
Yeah, I never saw that.
that's the team that they beat.
What? I guess that would have
They
been the
beat
lower
Xavier.
level of football back then. Wow.
Mike Ferrin will be joining us.
Oh, Mr. Petiti.
Apparently standing up for Petiti's dad.
Can I lick those boots, please, sir?
Michael Bruntz of Husker 24/7.
Oh, nice skip, Peter.
25 teams and 25 grums. Penn State.
Oh,
We'll talk to the voice of the Lions, Steve Jones.
nice.
It's a Mitch Holtis training camp report.
This is the last week,
This is
sadly.
interesting. Yeah. Stephen M. Sipple will join us in the happy hour from Husker Online. Super hot take market. EMA.
Ema, every man
Ema?
a hottie.
You'll find out.
I have a non-sports hot take
Whoa.
that I believe in
Wow.
strongly.
Wow.
I thought about it because of something
Okay.
that happened in my life this weekend
Okay.
into yesterday. I'm ready
Okay.
for this.
All right.
It was one of those ideas I came up with when I didn't have access to my phone, and I was like, remember this, remember this, remember
Okay.
this, remember this, remember this, and I
gotcha.
remembered this.
I got you. There's going to be more reaction to Manfred Boy's goofy puke idea. Why do fans feel the need to inject themselves into the game?
Inject themselves? Like chanting?
No, this is actually interfering in things.
Okay.
And Auburn is also going to claim your kids on their tax returns.
Dude, how about this? I saw a great tweet from one of our dear friends of the Grum, KD. You know him as the Creighton and 49er fan in your life.
Yeah, he's half good.
Yeah. Now, you know what? Now I can't find it. I will find it. Just set up the show and I'll read you the
Well, that
tweet.
is the show, and it's brought to you
Okay.
by the referees at John Higgins Weather Guard. If you want to reach us, you can on the Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline, 402-951-1620. There's also the Equitable Bank inbox, John at 1620thezone.com, Josh at 1620thezone.com, and the JTech Construction Zone Twitter page at USC1620.
KD wrote, people from the South continually being entitled to things that aren't theirs is quite the bit. Yikes. Tough look as always for the South, and that's John's conference. Yikes. I am happy to support Northern football. Northern football.
Accept cheaters and corrupt people? Yeah, go ahead. I'm fine with that. Speaking of that, folks, there is no other show in America that is well equipped as we are to address this topic.
That is true.
Huge commit today for Michigan.
Oh my God.
Huge commit. 5-star running back.
Let's be careful.
Savion Heiter.
Woo. Are you sure it's not Hitter?
No, it's Heiter.
Hitter?
It's Heiter.
Okay.
Committed to Michigan today. Josh sent me this tweet, and I have to admit, I had to do a double take. Heiter has committed to Michigan.
That could have been quite the under on the Grum today.
Quite the under.
Also,
the under really smacks hard today, kids.
The jokes would have written themselves involving the Michigan Wolverines.
Well, the jokes
Wow.
are writing themselves, Josh.
Like this one from Keena?
Yes. The jokes are writing themselves. For example.
Oh, no!
Oh,
the meme of
There it
some
is.
GIs opening
There
up
it
the
is.
Stars and Stripes with the headline, Heiter commits to Michigan. There's this. Did you know that Heiter's debut will be played in Germany next year? Remember, Michigan is playing in Germany next
They
year against
are.
Western Michigan.
Oh, no.
I didn't even know that.
Oh,
Oh, God.
no.
J-Tog
Oh,
on Twitter,
yeah.
do
Oh,
not
yeah.
let Michigan State put his
Yeah,
name on the
yeah.
Jumbotron. If you
Uh-huh.
remember the
Yeah, that was bizarre.
controversy, was it last year or 2 years ago
I think
now?
it's a
2 years,
ago.
I think.
2 years ago, where during the in-house trivia game played on the Michigan State scoreboard,
Yeah, what was the question?
it was just a question about Mr.
I think
H.
it was just trivia.
Wow.
Or
Yeah, it was just a
something.
trivia game, and
What
the
is
answer was
Mr. H
Mr.
known
H.
for?
Yeah,
Jeez.
That's an under, by the way.
I
Yeah.
completely misread the last
Uh-huh,
name.
we
Me
all
too.
did. We all
Me
did.
too, Jake Spadavall enjoyer.
Mhm.
Also, Buckbirds with
Yeah.
that last name. I'm not surprised he committed to Michigan. Terrible program.
Mhm, exactly. We were just discussing
And
that.
do I have one? No, I guess that was it.
Yikes.
That was that. Some of the comments from the
Wow.
media.
Wow. What's up?
Well, I just want to send an APB, or not an APB, but just a cautionary tale.
911
A
again?
cautionary tale.
Hello?
Hello?
Because I admit I don't follow a lot of Michigan scribes, sports writers,
It
broadcasters,
surprises
whatnot.
me. You love the
Oh,
Wolverines.
huge
Go
Michigan
blue.
fan.
Yeah.
But I would assume they're kind of similar to Nebraska media when something happens, in a game, everyone tweets out, Dylan, 58-yard touchdown pass,
Sure. Yeah.
Just imagine when this poor young man breaks his first big play as a Michigan Wolverine and someone doesn't catch that their autocorrect has autocorrected, and pretty soon
It could be bad.
Mr. Heiter
Yeah.
turns into something else.
Uh-huh. Wow. He is really good.
Yes.
Like that, for example.
Yes.
In your phone, you can turn any letter to any combination of letters into the word you want it to spell.
Sure.
Like, for example, when I type Ross in my
Mhm.
phone, it actually autocorrects to Riss. I did this on purpose because sometimes I would type Ross and I know I meant to say Riss. So what I would do if I was one of those scribes, I would go into my phone, I'd go into my computer, and if I typed in Mr. H's name with the L, it would actually autocorrect to Heiter. Then you don't even have to worry about it.
Yeah.
Keena says, can we get Heiter and Penix on a broadcast together? Let's hope this man is in the NFL in a few years and plays for the Falcons.
I will also remind you, what's the name of the Michigan fight song?
What is the name of it?
It's
Champions of the West.
That's
one
it.
of the
That's a
lyrics.
lyric.
Yeah, what is the fight song name?
It
Hail
is.
to the victors.
Yeah. Ooh. Not. I'm not even going to say it, but no, it's not.
But
it's not that word. To
just
the
for
victors.
educational purposes, I did look up in the Google translator what Michigan's fight song lyrics would look like in another language.
How'd that go for you?
Well, I mean, it is what it is,
Yeah, John just emailed in. You do know the words to the Michigan fight song, right?
Yes, I do.
Oh no.
Yes, I do.
Oh boy! Wow.
Oh boy.
Always fun to learn about a new college football player.
It's fun to know about a new college football player, and I'm sure these jokes won't continue to be written for several years to come. And remember, by the time his college career is done, assuming he doesn't leave early for the NFL,
sure,
he could be a 5-year guy. They could have 5 years of eligibility. We got the next 5 years to enjoy Mr. H. Michigan's Mr. H.
Michigan's their own version of Mr. H. They had Harbaugh, now they have Mr. H.
Yeah.
Wow. I hope he's a good player, because then we get to talk about
the
him.
ironic thing is he's a 5-star.
He's
Like a major recruit, a major get, especially after the week that Michigan had about,
the guy getting hurt.
Well, that, but also,
the other stuff.
The fact that, they're dirty cheats.
Yeah, I forgot about that part.
Stuff.
Yeah, that stuff.
James writes, Kanye has a new favorite team. I think he does.
Kanye
big Michigan guy
have
now.
a new favorite.
New sideline.
Exactly.
Wow.
Yeah, well, that's what, again, the stories like this just fall into our lap.
Yeah, they really do.
They just kind of happen that way.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I just realized we are 9 days out.
We are single-digit days away.
9 days out.
It's practically here.
From the opener. Well, it's not practically here. Otherwise,
practically
we would be in Kansas
No,
City.
it's not here. It's practically here.
Well, that's that.
9 days ago, it feels like it was just 9 days ago. It feels like it was just August the 10th. What do you remember about August the 10th, John? Weren't you gone?
I don't know.
You probably were just getting back. Yeah, you were almost gone.
Yeah.
Yeah. But now look, it's not August 10th anymore. It's August 19th. Next thing you know, it'll be August 28th. And then time will crawl.
No, it will fly.
For the next 5 months, it'll feel like it takes forever. The longest football season of our lives.
You almost sound like you're trying to convince yourself of this.
The longest football season of our lives.
I do look forward to 5 weeks in saying, man, season's
Hey, I don't know, John. As a Cowboys fan now, I think it might be the longest season of my life.
Yeah, it could be.
The Eagles repeat. The Cowboys go 3-14. That will feel like a long season.
Have you exposed yourself? Has that documentary come out yet?
It has. I've not. It came out this morning. Or last night.
It was this morning. For some reason,
it was like 2 a.m. in Omaha. I haven't watched any of it yet. I'm going to watch our movie tonight. So I will not be starting it tonight. I saw a tweet. Oh, sorry, Peter.
At least your team did not announce Daniel Jones as the starter.
That is a great point. That is true.
I looked pretty good in the exhibition game.
Yeah, I'm sure he was great. Yeah, that's true. At least Joe Milton's not the starter for now.
It's gone over very well.
Yeah, that's true.
So, yeah, I haven't started it, John. I imagine I will at some point, and then I'll just get mad.
How many stupid parts is this thing?
10, I think.
You know what you should do?
What?
You should watch that and just watch
instead
it
of the games?
instead of the game.
Not a bad idea. Hey, Dad, do you want to watch this instead of the Cowboys-Eagles opener in 2.5 weeks? Not a bad idea.
And you can see your old man cry. He'll be like, I remember.
He was there. My dad got to see all that. Wow. Dad, I'm so jealous.
I got to see it too, and it wasn't that great.
No, I heard it was awesome.
It
People
was
say it was
terrible.
like the coolest.
No, it was terrible.
The 90s.
I felt awful.
And then HD came into existence. We don't need high definition. Let's go back to 4x3. It looked better. It was a better time. Speaking of, before we go to Ferrin, did you see that video Nebraska put out yesterday where it looked like a 90s hype video with the wipes on the camera and how it looked like a VHS?
Was this just another walk and talk?
No. This was like a little, not highlights, but it was like the Husker season is almost here. It was one of those types of things. It was pretty cool.
I didn't see it.
All right, I'll send it to you.
I honestly did not see it.
It was pretty cool. I like it. I like
They're putting out so much stuff now. It's easy to miss a few of these. It really is. I did watch Matt Rule's interview with Archie over the weekend.
I did not. That was too long for my time.
I'm not saying it was a bad interview. And I'm not saying Matt Rule did a poor job.
Yeah.
But it kind of sucks now that they're becoming their own content people instead of, having us media folks get a chance to interview these
Wow,
kids.
you sound like a scribe right
I
now.
do.
Mhm.
I'm sounding like a scribe.
Yep.
I can't imagine, Tom Osborne spending 10 minutes sitting down chatting with Mike Rozier.
Oh, he would never have done that. I mean, in the locker room, yes,
Yeah,
but not on a camera.
Yeah.
He wouldn't have done that.
No, probably not.
No.
All right, coming up next, we're going to be joined by Mike Ferrin. We've got an over-under, by the way.
Yeah.
The amount of soft contact by the Cubs during this segment. The over-under's at 2.5.
Oh, boy.
Well, the good news
We're
is
going to talk about the Cubs? I thought we were talking about Manfred.
do we have to?
Well, I'd like to see you fight.
1620 The Zone.
circus is on the air.
Mike Ferrin, Sirius XM MLB Network Radio.
Ladies and gentlemen, now singing the Mike Ferrin Open, it's Mike Stibbs.
Just make sure it sounds sexy, Stibbs.
Lord Almighty, how can you stand Arizona? Your fair skin must be burning down into your absent soul. Mike, 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 we can barely hear you. It sounds to me like you called us from inside a hole. But your phone calls lift me higher, like the ERA of Mark Pryor. Your hair looks like it's on fire. You're Mike Ferrin. You're just a hunk of burning love. You're just a hunk of burning love.
Get soup again. Remember that one time he was a little bit late because he was bringing the groceries in.
I
He was
do.
talking about the soup that he had purchased from, I think it was Trader Joe's.
Yeah. Oh, I remember.
Yeah, I think maybe that's
He doesn't want to fight with you today, maybe.
He responded to my whimsical tweet,
Yeah.
or not Twitter DM.
Giving him the link.
Yeah,
Very strange.
I did send it. I just sent it again just in case.
By the way,
hopefully he's not having a gas emergency like Connor had that one time and got a very rude 911 operator.
maybe what is going on is that he saw the big news that happened on ESPN2 today. SEC dark horse, Nebraska Cornhuskers. We missed some realignment news, John.
What?
Nebraska's going to the SEC.
How in the world did that happen?
This is so exciting.
I mean, we usually are right on top of these realignment things.
But we missed this one.
And we missed the fact Nebraska's moving to the SEC. I think they fit in a lot better there, to be quite honest.
Mike, how about that news?
Oh, wow. That's just some incredible news that is happening there with the SEC and Nebraska.
I mean, I'll be honest with you. That's the kind of realignment that makes sense. Am I right? Anyway.
Oh, boy. Well, it'll be nice for them to be in a moneyed conference.
So true. So true. By the way, that hair is really standing up today. Did you get a new do?
I know. I don't know what happened. It's not even that humid here, but I think I probably need to get a haircut.
It's a dry heat is what I hear, Mike.
Yeah, I thought it was never humid in Arizona.
No, well, it is monsoon season now, so.
Oh, that's right. Monsoon season.
It's nasty in Omaha these days, Mike. It's pretty gross.
Is monsoon season there too, or is everybody
feels
just
like
really
it.
excited about the resurgence of Nebraska baseball in the SEC?
Let's not talk about baseball.
Finally, a conference that cares about baseball. Sorry.
Wow. You think Nebraska baseball could get good if they were in the SEC? Good again?
They could get good in the Big Ten, but
Could they?
I mean, they've struggled enough in the Big Ten.
Mm-hmm.
Go down there in the SEC. All of a sudden, Haymarket
They just win
like the best Big Ten park,
like
the
3
worst.
years in a row. Like, what are we talking about? Like,
I'm talking like over the long term, like the last 15 years. I mean, the talk was, Mike, 15-ish years ago,
When they joined the league.
Nebraska's just going to walk all over this league.
They have not.
Because they haven't.
They have not walked
But
all
they
over
have been
anything.
better. Yeah, Will Bowl. They've been respectable.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, listen, first of all, the league has not given a damn about wait, that's not what he says, is it? I guess I just did not do my nails. Yeah, like I think that the lack of commitment from the league to baseball has probably impacted Nebraska some, but like if you want to be competitive in sports, and Nebraska certainly seems like it's going to, like I think the profiles of UCLA, USC, Washington, Oregon certainly raise the bar for Big Ten teams, and the fact that Nebraska cares about the sport is probably bodes well for it being not just a contender in the conference, but to go deeper in the postseason. So I think it's all going to work out as a positive for them with those teams there, regardless of whether or not the rest of the league gets their backside in gear and or not.
Speaking of getting their backside in gear, the Cubs are pretending to hit the ball
They're
today.
up 5-2. Baseball.
Like I said,
First of all, you are just an absolutely ridiculous human being, and every single one of you Cub fans is just like, I don't like. Have you forgotten how this sport works? Right? Like they played 500 ball for 2 months.
I remember how these sport
They're
works.
going to make the
You
playoffs.
score more
It's
runs
not
than
an
the
issue.
other team, you win.
Yeah.
It's
It's going
must
to be
score.
fine. Teams go through slumps offensively. Like, I mean, you would think that they were like 11-40 over the course of the last 50 games. They're not.
It's honestly a miracle they are 500.
No, it's not. They've played like a 500 team. Their pitching's been really good. The problem is they faced a team that has played 800 ball for the last two.
No, I'm not. I mean, listen, here's the issue. Here's the issue I have, right? All right. Is the Cubs deserve, well, no, I shouldn't say that. The Brewers deserve to be in first place because of how hot they've been. The problem is the Cubs made it a lot easier for them by not hitting the baseball.
Playing 500 ball.
Yeah.
Like generally speaking, if you play 500 ball with the league that the Cubs had, they're probably a game or two out at worst over the course of any stretch, if not still leading by multiple games. We just watched Detroit play like crap for a month. And, they had 10 games whittled off their lead. They've bounced back. They're up 8.5. It's going to be fine. Like, you guys just need to chill the heck out. It is insufferable watching the Chicago media implode right now. Like, between them thinking that the Cubs are going to are like the greatest failures in the history of the world, and they're whining and crying like they've never seen a baseball game, and them convinced that a preseason performance against the Buffalo Bills, who probably started two guys that are actually going to play a game past September, and they go 35-0, has the Bears on the right path to the Super Bowl. We have lost the plot.
Well, that's the Chicago media. I'm not the Chicago
What's more
media.
annoying, Mike, the Chicago media or the Chicago fans right now?
I have and never have any issue with.
Aren't they in one of the same?
I'm just trying to tell fans.
You're not a Chicago media member.
No, I'm not.
Yeah, I think John's annoying, but I don't think most fans are. I just think I think it's you have to remind fans it's going to be okay. It's going to be fine. John should know better because he covers baseball for a living. He should know better.
I do know better.
No, you
don't. I know when I see bad offense. And this has been 2 months of bad offense.
It's been 6 weeks. It's fine. It's
been 2 months. They've had a couple of good games. I mean, it's been 2 months. They weren't that great before the All-Star break. But
they also weren't as good as the first 2 months of the season. That's the thing is it's all
that's probably true. I mean, it is kind of, two extremes, where they were a little above their skis in the first half, and then now they're way behind their skis. Mm-hmm. Serious question. Is Kyle Tucker, what have you made of this Kyle Tucker slump here? Because, I mean, the contact he is making, I've seen sorority pillow fights that have harder contact than what Tucker's making.
Ooh, my fraternity had mean pillow fights. I'll let you know that. I don't make much of it, really. I think it's timing and approach related, and I think a lot of times, as weird as it sounds, timing is something that feels like it should be easy to correct can take a while, especially for good hitters. I mean, I've watched really good hitters struggle for several months at a time with that. And I think it shows up in two things with Tucker. One, the ground ball rate, which has been really high over the last 6 weeks, and the pull percentage in the month of August has gotten really out of whack. I mean, he's a pull the ball in the air guy, right? But he's pulling everything right now, and I think he's trying to swing his way out of it. So my guess is that there's an approach, a reset. I think a couple of games probably does him well from a mental health standpoint, just to clear his head and get back right. But I'm not really I'm of all the things to worry about in baseball, Kyle Tucker would be way down on my list.
Mike, we've seen in recent years, even we've seen teams go on crazy runs before. What was the Cleveland winning streak almost a decade ago now? It got above
21.
20. Yeah. And so my baseball history is not, of course, going to be as good as yours, but can you remember a streak that lasted as long as the Brewers one did and included so many just out of nowhere comeback performances with weird things that were happening? Following Rob Anderson has been so fun over the last couple of weeks.
No, it hasn't.
It's just because he's always well, they somehow did it again. Can you remember a winning streak like this?
Yeah, the Dodgers had one not that long ago. I want to say it was the year that Puig debuted. They won on a stretch where they went 36-5, right? I think the Tigers had a stretch that was even a little bit better over 40 games earlier this year. So it happens. It does happen, right? And I think one of the things, I think it's because the Brewers are like this crazy kind of good story, and that they're baseball's smallest market, and the Cubs should be this financial behemoth, and so should the Cardinals in that division. I think that draws a little bit more attention to it than you would see at the beginning of a year if it were to happen. So, like, somebody in the chat, Travis mentions the 2007, the Rockies, I think it was won like 13 of their last 14 regular season games, and then won the first 7 in the postseason to go on. And that was including the tiebreaker game to get into the playoffs, and then swept the division series and swept the LCS. The Tigers in 84, now that's going back 41 years. They started 35-5. So there have been stretches like this. They're pretty rare, but there have been stretches. And yet I think it's because the Brewers traded away Devin Williams this winter, right? And we didn't really know, like, they were panicked. Like, think about where they were in like the middle of May, right? They make the trade for Quinn Priester, where they gave up good prospects for a guy that really hadn't proven anything at the big league level, because they needed pitching depth, right? And they didn't know if they were going to get anything out of Brandon Woodruff. And then basically around the time of the College World Series, when Cameron, when Jacob Misiorowski came up, things changed, right? Like, all of a sudden they got hot, and they had this kind of lightning in a bottle guy, and they're doing it without one of their best players too. Jackson Churio is out, so I think it's a cool story. I think it's been really fun to watch. It's not unprecedented, but there are like two things that are really great about it. One, that they have done this with very good pitching overall, not just timely hitting. They've hit for more power of late. And two, it has made John miserable, and I really have appreciated that.
Yeah, I was trying to figure it out last week, Mike.
Actually, I'm not even that miserable.
Definitely not.
Because
no,
don't put it
not
on
at all. Nah, not miserable at all.
I mean, I have been much more miserable.
For sure.
I have
well,
crossed.
it's only August.
Well, yeah, you tripped over your mower and broke your wrist. That would be more miserable.
But I have crossed that line of this. There was a tweet yesterday after the Cubs got crushed and they're about to choke this game away, where I can't remember what movie it's from, but it's someone holding someone's eyes open, and of course the Cubs that was
like Clockwork Orange.
Who Nebraska football in the 90s has to change their slogan every year. This year's slogan was "You have to see it," with the letter C, the Cubs C in there. And that was the billboard of the eyes being forced open. You have to see it.
I was trying, Mike, to figure out like what the Brewers are to him in terms of my version for the Cowboys, because like he doesn't hate the Brewers the most. But I was like, so which team would just annoy the hell out of me if they went on some sort of run in football?
This is like
EAGLES.
Oh, he hates
They're
them.
The worst.
Well, then it's the Giants.
It's either them or the Commander. But I also hate the Steelers. I hate the Steelers more than I hate the Commanders.
Steelers aren't even in conference. Why would
I hate them, Mike. I hate the Steelers. I hate them.
I completely respect what the Brewers have done. I mean, they have played amazing baseball. They're very disciplined. They don't chase the damn ball a lot.
They don't.
They're like one of the top 3 teams in lowest chase rate.
Yeah,
surprise, the strikeout, the worst out in baseball. And they don't.
He's not upset though, Mike.
The Cubs offense really doesn't strike out that much. I mean, that's the other thing, is that they
just roll into soft ground balls.
The Cubs issue has been the slug went away. I mean, that's been the problem, is that they just have not hit for power. And some of it was predictable, right? Like, I think we talked about it, PCA being a little bit out over his skis in terms of where his strikeout and walk rate were. But Suzuki and Tucker not hitting for power is surprising. But you know what? Like, I had this conversation with AJ Hinch last week. We were talking about the struggles of Riley Green, who really had put together a rough patch. And he said something that really stuck with me. And I think it's something that should be remembered when you're talking about the Cubs and their offense. It's that at some point, someone is going to pay, because the guy is too good and the back of the baseball card is too stout for him not to. Now, it'd be really good if Matt Boyd had his better stuff today and didn't, wilt in the 5th inning and have a 40-pitch second or whatever it was. And now the Brewers have cut the deficit to 1. But I think there is a lot to be said for the fact that they are going to perform like the backs of their baseball cards, and you're going to see some better offensive performances. The pitching have kept them in the race, no doubt. But they're not just in the race; they're in a good position for a playoff spot. And really, all that matters is get to the postseason, Nothing else matters. Get to the
So they can
postseason.
score 1 run per game and lose and get
Well,
out.
that's been the Brewers' problem in the playoffs. And the Cubs certainly project to have more power in a postseason series than the Brewers should.
So is this back and forth been the appetizer to the main event of you guys talking about?
Well,
you want to hear John be wrong about stuff again?
I would love to, Mike.
Well, clueless Rob Manfred said, he talked about, expansion. And when they do that, that's the gate opening to some realignment. What is your take on what realignment he means as realignment?
Geographic realignment. So I think
is baseball that whacked out in terms of realignment? I mean, we're not talking about the Falcons.
What it
is
basically trying to create it so that there are better television windows on the West Coast and East Coast for postseason ball. So I think there's
the NBA.
So this is getting rid of the American and the National League.
Not necessarily. I don't think that's necessarily the case. In fact, if you read Stephen Nesbitt today, in The Athletic, he probably had the most measured take on what it would be, which is Colorado and Tampa Bay would flip leagues, and then you'd have an expansion in each one.
And I'm fine with this.
You're right, because they don't have any traditional history. Now, personally, I am in favor of blow it all up and create regional, because I think the idea of having absolutely. The idea of having the Mets, the Yankees, the Phillies, and the Red Sox in the same division, that's amazing. The Cubs, the White Sox, the Brewers, the Cardinals together. The only reason you don't want that is because the Cubs can't beat any of those teams.
No,
that's why you hate it.
It has nothing to do with the Cubs, but why? I mean, why is it better for the Mets and Yankees to double the amount of games against each other? Isn't that just?
Are you serious? Think about what you just said for a second. Yes,
it's like giving the kid who gets ice cream more ice cream. It becomes special.
Instead of having 7 sellouts a year or 6 sellouts a year, you could have 17 sellouts a year.
Well,
and it's not about. I don't care about the money. It's more about the environment, right? And then that rivalry becomes that much more intense because they're playing constantly. And it's easier for fans to get around to see their teams on the road. It's easier to fit them into the right television windows. I think everything about massive realignment, it's something baseball should have done 30 years ago. They should have done it when they went to 3 divisions in 1994. They should have realigned it. I am in favor of tearing it all up and creating these better matchups that create more significant, intense regional rivalries more times over the course of the season, because baseball would be able to do it at a level that no other sport can, because it would be 3 to 4 times as many of those rivalries. I think it's great.
Don't we already have these rivalries?
For 3 games a time?
No, I'm talking about, we have regional rivalries. We have Cubs, Cardinals. We have Red Sox, Yankees. We have Phillies, Mets.
Yeah, but imagine imagine Cubs, Cardinals, and Cubs, White Sox in the same division.
But we do see them play each other.
Yeah, but you see them play 6 times. I'm telling you, it's different if it's 3 times as many games.
But again, it goes back to the analogy of, if you get a kid ice cream once a week, it's special. If it's 3 or 4 times a week, it becomes less special.
Why does it need to be special? There's nothing that says that it needs to be special. It should be.
Yeah, but you're talking
what
about
makes it special is every single. Yeah, this is the same argument that people had against the pitch timer when it was like, I didn't have an argument. It's going to take. Ken Rosenthal wrote a whole article about this. Is like, think about the Kirk Gibson at bat and how the drama didn't build and all of this. And like, you go back and look at that, and like 3 of those minutes of that at bat were throws to first base.
Okay.
And if you take this, you're taking a bigger portion of the schedule and putting games that mean more to the fans together. One of the things that baseball has that nobody else has is a volume of games that has it every single day. It's very hard to make games mean something on a nightly basis because of that. This does it. It would draw more attention. It would draw more excitement. It would be incredible. Now, all of that said, John, none of that's going to happen. A realignment plan is going to look a lot more like what Stephen wrote.
Which is great, and that's the way it should be. But my point is this, and that is, so you're talking about adding more regional rivalries. Any plan, whether it's this plan that we're showing here on the screen, by the way, this is the Athletics, that's the American League, here's the National League. Yeah, and basically all it would do is it'd create something like the NFL where it's 8 4-team divisions, 4 in each league.
Well, we don't know that. It could be 4 8-team divisions.
Interesting.
I'd like that.
It's like the old days.
They haven't made any indication.
That's true, but
4 8-team divisions actually makes more sense, where the top half of each division would make the postseason.
Sure. Any plan, whether it's this one or any other one, the first thing in mind should be, how is this going to draw more casual fans, right? Because you've got hardcores. Hardcores are there. They're going to.
That's how it's going to do it. Is if the Cubs and White Sox are playing 15 times a season, or 3 times as much as they're playing right now, that is going to draw a lot more casual fans
Josh,
than them playing 6 times.
If the Mets,
Josh isn't a Cub or a White Sox fan.
No, but but that's the thing. Okay, but the Cubs and White Sox fans, I'm talking.
I'm not. You don't understand. The vast majority of Cubs and White Sox fans are not hardcore fans that are watching every game. They're watching for events. This will get them to watch more of their team in those games. It's true.
I don't think so.
That's absolutely true.
I don't think so.
The vast majority of baseball fans are casual fans of the teams that they watch.
Right, but okay, so you're giving them more White Sox games, but like right now.
Well, if their next door neighbor's a White Sox fan, you don't think that that's going to draw it in a little more? I mean, come on, like John, I think you are so far off base on this. It's not even funny. Like I cannot.
Well, you think John's in the minority, Mike?
This would be like having Nebraska and Iowa in the same conference and not putting them in the same division.
Well, they don't have divisions anymore, which is a mistake. And
like I said, it would be like having Nebraska and Iowa in the same conference and not putting them in the same division. It's ludicrous.
But here's the thing. The sport has survived this long without having it this way.
Yeah, but can't you make it better? Like, here's the thing is that you're fighting for every eyeball, every television dollar in a way that you haven't had to before. And so this is something, again, this should have been done 30 years ago. It probably should have been done in 1969 when the Atlanta Braves and the Cincinnati Reds were playing in the National League West. That's probably when it should have been done.
That was a mistake.
Well, you can go back to 1961 with expansion. Any of this is when it should have been done properly. Like any of it, the leagues, like the history of the leagues are important to history, but they're not important to the way the game is played now. The rules are identical across the board, and they have been, well, now for 5 years with the DH. But for the most part, they have been under the same auspices for nearly 3 decades.
But don't you like the idea that we have something, the National League next year will celebrate its 150th, right? Is that right? Yeah, 150th year. The American League will be 125 years old. I just don't see that there's going to be that many more people who are going to be more excited about baseball. Sure, in the short term, like it was when we got interleague play. Oh, man, it's great. Now we get to see the Yankees play the Cubs and the Cardinals play the Tigers and all that. And then after a while, it's just like, okay. I think the same thing would happen here.
I don't think it happens when it's regional rivalries, man. Like,
isn't the whole
regional rivalry what happened?
We're watching the regional rivalry right now.
College football, that all of those regional rivalries are gone? Isn't that what everything is? Listen, you want to be able to be a pain in your neighbor's butt. Like, really is what it amounts to. You want to be able to get in their face about your team beating their team. And if you have more opportunities to do it, it's going to drive more engagement. It's going to drive more fan action. 100% it is. None of this, it's going to be special to play them 6 times a year. Horse crap. Like, it's going to be 13 important games a season where your chance to make the postseason is on the line every time you play your biggest rival.
You're pretending
like we're arguing about something that's not going to happen.
Rivalries. We do. We're just creating one out of thin air. Even right now.
Yes.
Iowa,
we are creating them out of thin air. We're creating rivalries that
rival.
matter based on regions. Yes, we are absolutely are. Just like they were created out of thin air when they created the SEC.
Sure, but we have them now. I don't know if
we don't have enough of them.
Well, some
we don't have ones that play enough games. That's what it is. Like if you can double the times that the Cardinals and the White Sox player, the White Sox and the Brewers. The White Sox and Brewers have a long history too, even though they were in different divisions, right? If you can put that back together, I mean, the White Sox tried to move to Wisconsin at one point. Like, you put that back in a division together, you're getting Sox fans to go up to Milwaukee, Brewers fans to go down to Sox Park. You're filling it up. You're creating a better atmosphere. It's better television, all of it. Regionalized. The sport is already regionalized. Do it. Not to mention that if you're taking the Northeast powers and you're putting them together and you're putting the biggest West Coast cities together, right, it creates better balance for the smaller market teams too, at least in terms of the playoff opportunities.
Okay. We disagree. We agree to disagree. I get your point.
Oh, you're wrong.
I'm not wrong.
Josh, what do you think?
History. Let's. I mean, I think we've got good rivalries.
For the record, people kept saying I was bored. I loved this segment. This was very interesting, hearing you guys both go against each other. Mike, you kind of convinced me at the end with your college football regionality thing, because what have we lost the most in college football? Regionality. And like, I would say this, and I think
okay, we've lost it.
Yeah. This could gain it. Let me say this. I think we can all agree on this.
I don't think baseball fans think the same way as SEC fans.
And maybe they don't.
I think baseball fans absolutely think the same way.
But I would say this, like, who cares about what you and I and Mike think? What about baseball fans in 30 years? Would this be good for baseball fans 30 years?
100%. I think
that's actually the best question to ask.
Well, yeah.
I think baseball would be stronger today if they had done this 30 years ago.
That's essentially what we're saying. Would they be stronger in 30 years if they did this versus status quo, or even versus the idea that we've had on the screen for the last 20 minutes?
Yeah. Well, we'll find out.
That was a great segment. I enjoyed it.
I know you did, because you didn't have to ask any questions.
I mean, that was nice. I did have a couple. Gosh, we don't have enough time, but Mike,
Josh was working through his Sunbelt.
If there was are there any other ideas like this out there with baseball? Like, pitch clock was revolutionary. This would be revolutionary. Are there other like potential revolutionary ideas that you think in 5 years you and John will be arguing about?
No, I mean, not that I know of. I mean, I think this is a big one. Like, this is going to happen.
Massive.
Like, but it's going to happen with expansion. I mean, that's the thing, is that they're going to add 2 more teams. So I guess that's a seismic change, right? We haven't had expansion since 1998, so that's pretty important. It's been
30 years.
This is the longest stretch we've gone, basically, since expansion started in 61 that we've gone.
Oh, you're right. Yeah.
So
that's wild.
So I think expansion is probably the biggest thing on the table. I think there's some other under the hood things like regionalizing or nationalizing the regional sports package. I think is going to be part of what you see, where everything is sold to one streamer. Well, they're already trying to eliminate that. Like, you have a way in most markets to be able to purchase streaming to those games outside of the authentication or having to have it be part of the bundle. So that's already improved. It's not perfect yet, but it's moved in the right direction. So I think those are things, but those are less about the play on the field, I think. I mean, the other thing I would say is, at some point, limiting the number of pitchers on a roster is going to be one of the things that gets discussed here. Because right now we're at 13 is the max, right? 14 in the month of September. And one way to prevent teams from this parade of relievers and to enforce the idea of starters being important is to reduce the number of pitchers they have. Back in the day when John and I were kids, most pitching staffs were like 9 or 10 people deep.
Yeah.
And so, like,
wow,
I think
really?
Yeah. I remember going back and watching video of a game in 1984 where the Giants had 8 active pitchers on their roster, 24-man roster that year in 84, 8 pitchers. So they had twice as many position players as pitchers.
Yeah. I mean,
fascinating,
especially with the National League teams, because then you know the old double switch when you would pinch hit for somebody and lift the pitcher, so you'd move him around in the order. You had more options to do that because you had more position players. You know, it was very different. I think the Cubs, I think 9 or 10 in 84.
Usually about 10. I mean,
it was around, but
that was also a weird year where the rosters were only 24 because it was part of a concession to the owners in a CBA negotiation.
Oh, those poor owners.
Yeah, no, I feel really bad. You know who I feel the worst for?
Who?
People with lots of money.
Screw you,
you might have slightly less by paying this player what he's worth.
Hey, Micah.
Oh.
God. Never die, Jerry.
No.
Never die.
I'm not going to say anything.
All right. Well, that was a fun conversation.
Great chatting with you, Mike. Or great
Hey,
listening.
when's Micah Parsons getting traded to the Bears? All right, I got to go.
402-951-1620.
Bye,
There he is, Mike
Mike.
Ferrin, Sirius XM MLB Network Radio. We will be back. And let's see, coming up.
We got Bruntz coming
We got
up.
Bruntz coming up. I did want to
State
get
coming
to,
up.
I did want to get to couple of things. Number one, no happy talk in Cincinnati.
Okay.
And I did not get a chance to get to the updated Big Ten numbers from K Ford.
Let's do it.
We talked about Nebraska.
Yep.
We didn't talk about the whole league. And then Michael Bruntz. So stay there because we aren't going anywhere. 1620 The Zone.
You ever pay attention to the
No.
things that we just play? You're going to eat an apple and crap a broom salad? Why would the man even think to say that?
I don't know.
Yeah, you weren't even paying attention to it.
I wasn't.
Wow. Anyway, sorry.
I wasn't paying attention.
Mm.
Because there are more important things to cover, like the fact that while everyone here in Nebraska is happy talk, oh,
They're going to win the SEC.
we had a head coach do a post-scrimmage press conference that lasted nearly 40 minutes.
Why do you keep saying this like it's a bad thing? This is great. More content. You weren't there. It didn't take any time away from your Saturday.
It took away time from my Sunday because I had to listen to it also. I had the audio for yesterday, but that's not the point.
Oh, okay. Listen on double speed.
The point, well, then I have to record it in double speed, and thus it will play in double speed.
Record
Not
it, but then
all of us listen to things at two times speed.
Expand it. Anyway.
But anyway, that's not the point. The point is, there's a lot of happy talk around here, a lot of confident talk around here.
People are jacked.
But that isn't the case in Cincinnati. Peter, if you would bring up the video, please. This is head coach Scott Satterfield of the Bearcats this weekend.
Yeah.
After one of their recent practices.
I mean, I thought today was sloppy. Wasn't pleased with the day. Guys making mistakes and some pre-snap penalties and some just sloppy play. I mean, just overall. So I'm not pleased with that. We're going to get back in here this afternoon. We're going to meet. We're going to watch it. Guys going to get a couple of days off, and then we got to get back at it Monday. But yeah, we got a lot of work to do. Certainly glad we're not playing this week. We've got next week to get ready, and then of course game week's end of next week. So a lot of work we got to do.
He's not sounding too happy.
Gosh, put Trev next to him in a nice suit, and it might be 2021 all over again with a coach losing an early season game.
It could be. It always makes me wonder, though, this time of year, which coaches are playing poker
and which are playing.
Which ones are trying to bluff us, either with their over exuberance or their over pessimism. Are they trying to snooker us? Are they trying to sandbag us?
Yeah, Corpian writes, this is the best team, or this is the team this chat is scared of. People in the chat are scared of Cincy. Meanwhile, Mustache Adam says, false flag, don't believe it. He wants us thinking they're playing like garbage, but they've truly had their best week of practice ever.
There you go.
Also, didn't Ja'Cory Barney say that recently, too? So a lot of good weeks of practice.
Sure glad we aren't playing this week.
He did. He did. Yeah, there's a lot of strong, shocking, extremist takes on this game. Either Nebraska's going to roll them by 40 or it's going to, oh my God, this is going to be a tough game.
Scorpion adds, even that video quality was bad, just like the team. Yeah, you would never see that type of video quality from the people around here because our local media does a great job. We have high definition cameras.
Well, they do too.
Tough look, Cincy. They're all focused on the Bengals there. They're looking at Joe Burrow and his hair. They don't got time for no Scott Satterfield.
I mean, it don't matter if people cover them or not.
That's true.
No one covered Miami football for the longest time.
That is also true.
Until they actually became good and the Dolphins kind of went in the crapper.
Keena says, I'm not scared of Cincy. I'm scared of the universe doing what it always does. Wow, put that on a T-shirt.
I'm scared of the galaxy.
Yeah, I'm not worried about Nebraska's opponent. I'm worried about divine providence. Is it divine or is it the opposite of divine providence?
Meanwhile, we're watching the Cubs game. Guess who's singing the seventh inning stretch?
I'm not going to look.
Drew
Carey.
I'll give you a hint.
Okay.
That's not Big Ten protocol.
No, wait. Pat Lunger? Or Pat Lunger?
No, Pat Lunger was not
What's
the
her
coach.
name?
Lisa Bluter.
Lunger, Bluter.
Sure.
This isn't protocol. And a 1 and a 2.
That would be funny if at the end, how they always say, let's get some lunch. You go, that's not Big Ten protocol.
It's just sad.
She thinks the mic's off and is just back there yelling at everyone. This was the worst seventh inning stretch.
Unbelievable.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, there are so many takes, extremist takes on this game. Either this game's going to be it's going to be tough, or they're going to win by 40.
I'll give a little tease to next Thursday.
Oh, God.
Nebraska will win and cover. And cover, John. Put that on the list. Put that on the list.
Is that really a list item?
No, but I'll say it again next Thursday.
Okay. That's fine. I can understand that. Real quick before we go to break and bring on Bruntz. Here's the last update. So we gave you Nebraska's numbers yesterday. They slipped just a little bit, but they weren't the only team that slipped just a little bit in terms of the projected win total.
Yeah.
Ohio State slipped a little bit. Penn State slipped a little bit. Michigan stayed flat.
Yeah.
But Iowa jumped a spot over Minnesota.
Wow, they're only 10th according to K Ford.
Yeah.
Yikes. Tough.
And Rutgers passed UCLA in K Ford's most recent numbers. For
UCLA's going to stink.
For Nebraska right now, 2% chance of winning 8 Big Ten games.
Whoa, that would be incredible.
11% chance of winning 7 Big Ten games. And for those of you who believe in the 9-3 train, and the 3 losses, unless it comes to Cincinnati, because they're going to be really, really tough. A 6-3 record in the Big Ten, 32% chance for Big Red.
That would be nice. That would be nice.
I also want to see the scenario where USC wins all 9 Big Ten games. They have a 1% chance.
That would be a bummer. Don't think I'd like that around here.
Yeah.
J-Man says a little tease. If he's wrong, Josh is on the couch at the Airbnb house. I don't feel that strongly. I ain't putting the couch
Oh,
out.
I like this.
Oh, no, you said it's not list worthy.
Oh, but it's couch worthy.
Interesting.
I like this.
No, but what if
All
I'm right?
In favor of.
What if I'm right though? Do I get something?
You can have the king bed. Isn't there the room with the king bed?
That'd be weird though. Then we'd have to move Chris Prudon stuff out of the bedroom. You have to buy me Popeye. We get to go to Popeyes on the way back to Omaha the next day.
Oh, baby.
I don't know if there's one on the way back. Is there?
It's right near our station, John. It's like
on the way back.
The way back to Omaha, to Nebraska. Aren't we coming right here to do the show?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. You buy me Popeyes. I'll do a couch bet.
Yeah, but then we'll be late for the show.
Damn it. I walked right into that.
You know what? You're on.
Boom.
Oh,
You're
official.
on.
It's
if
official.
Nebraska covers,
yep,
I'll buy lunch at Popeyes.
Mm-hmm.
If Nebraska does not cover,
I'm sleeping.
You're sleeping on the couch
All
at
right.
the Airbnb after the game.
Handshake meme.
I like this.
It has been done. What about Bruntz thinks
It
about
is.
this?
Let it be written. So let it be written. So let it be done.
Mhm.
Coming up next, Michael Bruntz, 1620 The Zone.
Here's a story of a man named Bruntz who covers Husker sports, boys and girls, like football and basketball, even weightlifting, like front squats and curls. Then one day, good old Bruntz called a talk show, and acting on what they thought was a hunch, John and Josh wanted to start a family. And now we get to talk to Michael Bruntz. It's Michael Bruntz. Michael Bruntz. Now we get to talk to Michael Bruntz.
When we say goodbye to Mr. Bruntz, I want to add one more addendum to our bet.
Okay.
Well, it's not really a bet because I kind of believe. I think Nebraska can cover the 6.5 against Cincinnati. I just wanted to make this fun to see if you might have to sleep on the couch.
I like it.
Michael Bruntz. So we've got a couch. I'm calling it the couch challenge. Josh is he's very, yeah.
I know there's a lot of connotations.
Connotations, but Josh is very confident that Nebraska is going to whoop up on that Cincinnati. And so if Nebraska covers the 6.5 against Cincinnati, I have volunteered to buy him lunch at Popeyes on our trip home from Kansas City.
Oh.
But if the Bearcats cover the 6.5, Josh has to sleep on the couch that night at the Airbnb that we're staying at.
If you guys stop at Popeyes, are you gonna make it back in time for
Bruntz,
the show on Friday?
Bruntz,
Yes!
come on.
Yes, welcome to the club.
Come
I love
on,
it.
Bruntz.
I love it.
What are you doing, Bruntz?
All right, I'm just going to say it right now. If you happen to win,
Popeyes.
then I also want to add an additional challenge.
Okay.
If our order is not completed in less than 4 minutes, you have to acknowledge that Popeyes is slower than molasses.
Come on, Popeyes. Don't let me down.
Take like a giant, like one of those like track timing things in with you too, so they can really see how slow they are.
Oh yeah, Nick's not here today, but
countdown.
this will be great video content.
Oh, excellent video content.
I will keep track on my watch, and I will have video just ready to go for the folks over at Popeyes. Bruntz, are you? I don't know if surprised is the right word, but I guess I would. What is your characterization of where the conversation is right now at the offensive tackle position today versus maybe where we started camp?
I think more is up in the air. I think. I think part of it, I think is. I mean, you have guys there that have played a lot of football, and I think there's legitimate competition there. You know, from what Matt Rule said the other day, Elijah Pritchett still has a little bit of ways to go with. Basically, he says the playbook, but I think it's like the day-to-day stuff. I mean, you came from a place where you were maybe not counted on every day and didn't have to be kind of the man. And, you know, I think it's a little bit different at Nebraska just based on what they're asking from him. So I think there's an adjustment there. I think, you know, in its totality, though, the tackle conversation, in my mind at least, kind of switched when, you know, Matt Rule at least opened the door that perhaps they would switch sides of the line. Like if Gatula and Pritchett are your two best tackles, at least opening the possibility that they would be on the field together, like that makes sense. But it's also like, okay, that kind of changes the way I was looking at that. The 4 guys or 5 guys, however many there are in that competition, and how that's going to shake out. So the fact that Turner Corcoran can play both sides and has been working at left and right, I mean, that's another kind of story, I guess, in the conversation. So I mean, I think they're gonna let it play out. I mean, I wouldn't be shocked if there was an or two around the tackles whenever the first depth chart is finally released.
Bruntz, when you look back now on the last month, and I guess this is in a way a follow-up question to this, and you think about how Matt Rule has talked about players, is there like a non-obvious guy, like Dylan Raiola, for example, a non-obvious player that you are most curious now to see when they strap him up in 9 days down in Kansas City?
By the way, that was a hell of a pause. I thought we'd lost you.
Yeah.
I did too.
Sorry, no, that was a very, very, very pregnant pause. I am eager to see. I'm eager to see. Is Emmett Johnson obvious? I mean, I think I'm eager to see Emmett Johnson as the man at running back, and whether he's ready for that role, and also I guess how maybe to be used. I mean, we've talked about it a lot this offseason, that the way that he was kind of used in Dana Holgerson's version of Nebraska's offense changed dramatically over the last 3 or 4 games of the year, and I'm kind of curious to see if that continues and kind of what that looks like. So I think my brain immediately goes there. The other guy that maybe is a little less obvious, though, I mean, is Riley Van Poppel going to be the man in the middle for that defense? Because I think they kind of feel like they've got their core four in that defensive line, and I think he's got to be ready for a much bigger role and a much bigger workload than anything he's experienced at Nebraska at this point. So I think that's kind of where I go, on each side of the ball. And I kind of want to see Archie. I want to see what this Archie Wilson show is going to be.
Oh yeah,
doesn't everyone?
But yeah, he's not obvious anymore now. He's like the most hyped player on the team.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's going to be a lot of people sitting forward in their chairs when Nebraska goes out to punch. So those are the three that I think kind of immediately come to mind. It's kind of an obvious one, so maybe that's a cop out. My apologies.
I was listening to Marquise Watch and Trent yesterday, and one of the things he always played with previously was kind of an underdog mentality because he was a little bit undersized, and people kind of questioned that. And he said yesterday he doesn't want that anymore. He's graduated to this level of football. He doesn't want that anymore. But I'm curious, now that he makes the move as this quote unquote undersized backer to the Big Ten, doesn't he need some of that underdog chip on his shoulder?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I don't know that does it ever really leave you, I guess?
I don't think so. It
like
never left Tom Brady.
Yeah. I mean, I think like if you've gone through your career and thinking that way, and you've kind of used it as fuel a little bit, and you've been extremely productive while kind of having that mindset. I mean, I think you can say, yeah, I'm not doing, I'm not subscribing to that as much, but I think it's always there. And in the same breath, he said, I think of myself as, 6'5", 250 pounds or whatever, and he's very, very much not that. So I think that's just part of who he is. And I think he, this week we got to talk to a lot of these guys on defense who were maybe not as heralded additions in the off season as some of the guys on offense, but are going to be, parts of what this defense is going to be. I mean, I would throw Andrew Marshall in that group as well, of guys that were, back in December or January when they joined the program. It was kind of like, okay, that's a good ad, but didn't get the fanfare of like Rocco Spindler or Dane Key. But, a guy like Watson Trent's going to be extremely important, and they're going to need him to be very productive in that defense. And, I find it hard to believe that a guy will just show up at Nebraska and just feel like he's made it. I mean, I think for him especially, and going back to the conversation that we had with him in the spring too, like he's got a very mature approach, and I think that edge will just always be there.
Bruntz, we spent some time the last couple of days, John and I have, looking at some of the advanced numbers as the computers for, whether it's SP Plus or Kelly Ford stuff, like are spitting out the final numbers and seeing which games now they view as tougher or easier. I don't know how much you've been following, the various reports from your colleagues at 24/7 Sports for teams on Nebraska's schedule, but is there a team that now a month into camp that you think is tougher today than you did? Maybe it doesn't have to be a month, but even just over the course of the offseason, and in the reverse, is there a team that you view now as an easier opponent as the season is so close?
That's a good question. Man, I'm pausing a lot today. I think Michigan's going to be, a very tightly contested game. I mean, I've felt that through the off season, but I think I feel that a little bit more. That's going to be, I think, a game that Nebraska can get at home.
Mm-hmm.
And I thought that, and I think as the season kind of gets closer, I feel that a little bit more. In terms of games that have gotten a little bit more difficult, I don't know. I mean, I feel like you kind of almost like have to talk yourself into it a little bit because we find tooth comb this thing for months, but the more I kind of look at that Minnesota game, and it's not anything about Minnesota either. Like I just think it's where it falls on the schedule. It's a Friday night game. That one to me still feels like it's going to be difficult for Nebraska, and just because it's going to be I think a good test of whether or not Nebraska's kind of gotten past a lot of the issues that have always just killed them in close games through the years. Because it's going to be close. It's going to be one of those where it's going to turn on a turnover, a special teams play. And I just think that one still in my mind is going to be a really pivotal game and a pretty tough one for Nebraska.
Michael Bruntz, Husker 24/7. Best line of the day. You sure you're going to be in back?
Come on, Bruntz. I thought I had you.
Awesome.
Come on, man.
This is going to be so fun.
I know. Now I'm pumped.
I mean, I'd like to have Josh win just because, it means Nebraska covers and
we're having a good
post-game show.
But it would be funny.
But now
if they win via a late cover, Cincinnati covers with a touchdown with 1 second, that means nothing except that I have to sleep on the couch.
Well, no,
that would be the best for you.
No, I want this Popeyes challenge to go through.
Oh, you want
because I want to prove once and for all that this service is terrible.
So is this going to be like a post game? Like you guys are going immediately to Popeyes?
No, it'll be when we come home on Friday on our way to the station.
Okay.
Yeah, because we're driving. Yeah, we're driving back Friday morning to be back here in Omaha, and we'll stop at what may be the worst fast food.
A great Popeyes with great people.
Yeah.
I'll Bruntz, when we get there, I will do the ordering because they'll hear my voice and say, "Oh, it's not that angry guy."
No, I will be doing the ordering.
Hey, it's me. Can we get Pop? And they're like, "Oh, okay, let's spit in his food." My food's gonna be ruined because of you, John.
Are we discussing on that same line? Are we discussing enough how just overrun that Waffle House is going to be? That's just north of Kansas City and Platte City, right?
Yeah, I don't know if any of those places are as prepared for what is about to happen to them. The hell that is about to bestow.
Happer's convinced that the QT there is going to get just crushed.
Yeah, it's going to be a bad time.
I feel like somebody needs to call ahead a couple of days and be like, you guys need to have some staff on hand here because you don't even know what's coming down the road at shit about.
Bruntz, they literally are calling. The Happer Show is calling one of those places next week.
Oh, good. Okay.
Yeah, they're prepared.
That makes me feel better about life.
Yeah.
Because as I recall, and I haven't been down that way for a while, but as I recall, there is a lot of stuff there.
Yes.
Right? Because there's the Waffle House, there's the QT, or it's the QT. I think there's a Taco Bell there. There's just a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
And it is going to get overrun
by fans.
Folks. Yeah, there's a Subway, there's a McDonald's. Yeah.
Good luck, everybody.
It's gonna get crazy.
Good luck, everybody.
Batten down the hatches now.
Hell, even the pro car wash in Platte City is probably gonna get some attention.
Hey, Bruntz, be prepared. Next week, we're asking you your record prediction.
Yeah, I'll be ready.
He's always ready.
Can't wait.
Michael Bruntz, Husker247.com.
Bye, Bruntz.
When we come back, it's time to preview Penn State.
Let's do it.
25 teams and 25 grums. We'll talk to the voice of the Nittany Lions, Steve Jones. Coming up, boom, 1620 The Zone.
Race on.
Now some tempo for Penn State's offense. Aller to the end zone. Touchdown, Omari Evans. What an answer for Penn State. It's intercepted. Tony Rojas.
But it's going to be a double pass. Aller loads, fires, deep. Man, there is Warren. Got it. Touchdown, Penn State. Aller going deep. Man is out there, and it's an easy gimme. Omari Evans, touchdown.
Madsen, seam shot, intercepted. Zion Tracy basically ran the route for Latrell Capels. Madsen lobs one. That's going to be intercepted. Tyrese Mills runs it out, slides, and it'll be victory formation for Penn State with 18 seconds to go.
It's time for 25 teams in 25 grubs.
And today it is Penn State. We are joined on the Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline by the voice of the Nittany Lions, Steve Jones. Steve, good afternoon.
Great to be with you.
So, obviously, a lot of expectations this year, a lot of great returning players coming back, and a lot of folks wondering, is this finally the year James Franklin's going to break through? And I read so much about Coach Franklin, especially from folks nationally who think, they talk hot seat, they talk all these other things. I'm curious how the folks in Happy Valley receive some of the talk that happens outside of Happy Valley about their head coach, who has been very successful the last decade.
Well, I think people realize the success. They've won 34 games in the last 3 years, and in the history of Penn State football, which is an illustrious one, they've never won 34 games in a 3-year span. I mean, he's won 2 Fiesta Bowls, he's won a Rose Bowl, he's won a Big Ten championship. I mean, he's won a lot here. Now the question is, can they break through after getting to the Final Four last year, break through and win the whole thing this year? And look, that's what this training camp's about. To me, the training camp is about trying to identify 50 guys that you think can play in the fourth quarter, because you're going to have to go through a 16-game, maybe 17-game schedule to get there. You're going to need 50 guys to do it.
Steve, kind of along those lines, how much do you think the program in 2025 is embracing the pressure that's going to come this year versus handling it? Is it more embrace or is it more handling in your mind?
I think that it's been very businesslike. I mean, I've been at every single day of camp I've been to, and it's been businesslike along the way. I don't think there's been it too high, too low. They've just gone about their business like it's a normal camp. I haven't heard anybody talk about rankings at all. I haven't heard anybody talk about pressure at all. They've just been going about their work, and that's what's impressed me about it. They've gone through this entire camp, and I've been there every day, that they've just gone to work and haven't read anything. And I'm sure on social media you've got all sorts of stuff going on around them, but they've acted like it's been no big deal.
Steve Jones, the voice of Penn State. The Nittany Lions in today's 25 teams and 25 grums. When you look at Drew Aller, last year it seemed like there was a little more emphasis on trying to throw the ball more downfield. The touchdown rate and the interception rate were about the same as they were the year before, but that completion percentage and the yards per attempt were best easily of his career. So what do you think year 4 means as Drew Aller gets ready for 2025?
Yeah, I think he has to be in that 4-1 to 5-1 interception to touchdown area. I think he's done a much better job of working in the 3 to 5 foot circle in the pocket that you need to work in to make things happen. I think he does a great job now of seeing the field. He practices like a guy that has started 29 games in his career, which he has. And it makes a big difference when you have somebody like that with that kind of game experience who understands the speed of the game from that position, and he has all of that.
What do you think, Steve, this year? I don't want to say how much help is he going to get from Allen and Singleton, because the answer, of course, is a lot. But how much better can they be? Because they have had an incredible career together, almost 6 yards a touch combined, almost 70 touchdowns, close to 7,000 yards from scrimmage. I mean, what does it look like for an encore this year?
Well, look, this is exactly what you want. You want in today's game 2 running backs like that who have slightly different styles. Singleton is a home run hitter without question. You saw that in the Fiesta Bowl when he broke off that 58-yard run to put the game away.
Yet, if you look at the total body of work in the Fiesta Bowl, the better running back that day was Kaytron Allen, who was outstanding in that game. And, you look at Singleton being the home run guy, but Allen is a guy who's down 12 pounds from last year, which is interesting. He's actually lighter than Singleton, yet his nickname here is Fat Man. But whether the two of them have really improved, especially Singleton, is in the pass game. Singleton used to be what I would call a body catcher, where the body was the third hand. Now he puts the hands out in front of him like a wide receiver does, and that makes a big difference in the ability to get yards after the catch. And Allen's always been a good receiver. So they're going to be important, not just running the football behind a veteran offensive line, but also they're going to be critical in Penn State's pass game because the two of them are really good, especially in the open field.
Yeah, and Steve, on top of then all of that, Andy Kotelnicki, year 2 as the offensive coordinator. Just a better understanding of his offense and what he is going to be asking of them. Where does that show itself, do you think, this year?
Well, I think it shows in a lot of ways because he has a better handle on the personnel as to what they can and cannot do. And that is a critical part to any part of coaching. You have to figure out what can my players do and what can't they do? And then you shape everything around that. And I'll give you a pro example of that. Vic Fangio, the Philadelphia Eagles defensive coordinator, outstanding coordinator, great career, goes to the Philadelphia Eagles last year, and the Eagles went 2-2 in the first 4 weeks of the season. Now, people forget that because they were so dominant in winning the Super Bowl last year over Kansas City. But they were 2-2 to start. They had a bye week because Fangio finally figured out in a 5-week span what his defenders could do and what they were incapable of doing. Then he shaped it around that, and then it became a dominant defense. Every coordinator has to do that, and Andy's been able to do that. And the fact that Drew Aller is into his second year as a starter for him is a big difference for both of them.
Steve Jones, the voice of Penn State, joining us on Unsportsmanlike Conduct. It was a pretty sizable overhaul of the wide receiver room with players leaving, obviously Tyler Warren, the great tight end who's now with the Colts, but bringing in the transfers that they did. What do you make now of the pass catchers that are going to be around Drew Aller this year?
Well, Penn State is probably one of the great developmental programs in the country. They're very judicious in their use of the transfer portal. This was a position, though, they felt they needed to use that, and they decided to go after the transfers in the wide receiver group. Trevor Pena from Syracuse, Kyron Hudson from USC, and Devontae Ross from Troy. What's interesting about the three of them is that they're really different. Hudson, he'll fight for the ball. I mean, the ball's thrown in his area, he will fight for the football. Ross has that speed, the quickness that you're looking at that can really, push downfield. And Pena's a lot like Parker Washington, who's now with the Jacksonville Jaguars. He's that kind of player. At tight end, Khalil Dinkins is an excellent all-around tight end. Dinkins is an excellent blocker, very good receiver, made some big plays for them last year in the pass game. And Luke Reynolds has phenomenal hands. His hands are comparable to Tyler Warren. And I think you'll find that these guys it'll be a different way of playing because, look, Warren was the Swiss Army knife.
Yeah.
He played 9 different positions during the course of the year. So I'm not expecting any of these guys to go out and snap the ball and run a pattern like the USC game. But I do expect that they'll be able to they won't give Penn State 104 catches because the wideouts are going to have more catches this year, I think. Because you look at the Notre Dame game in the Orange Bowl, Penn State didn't have a wide receiver catch a pass in that game.
No.
Right? Well, okay, that tells you right away you needed to overhaul it. They did.
Steve, I'm curious, you talk about not using the portal very much, but on the defensive side of things, going out and getting former North Carolina Tar Heel Amari Campbell at the linebacking core, I'm curious what the early returns have been on camp from him.
He's been really good. You have Dominic DeLuca and Tony Rojas, the two guys that return passes in the SMU game for touchdowns. They're both back, and they're really good all-around players. Campbell steps in. You're looking for somebody that, because Tamir Robinson transferred out. So they needed to get somebody to come in. So when he transferred out and he ended up going to USC, they felt they had to get another veteran linebacker there. And Campbell was the guy with the green dot at North Carolina, so you know that he has a great understanding of defense. And not only that, I think he's somebody that plays the run well, and I'm also impressed how he times up blitzes and how he scrapes off of blitzes. I think that's a really good pickup. But again, judicious use of the transfer portal. They only have, I think, 6 transfers from this past year. Everybody else's guys they happen to bring in.
Steve, Penn State probably made the hire of the offseason of any of the assistant coaches or coordinators, bringing over Jim Knowles to run the defense. You of course, have seen him on the other side of the field in the Ohio State matchups the last couple of years. Like, what has most impressed you about his defenses that you think he can apply to this unit in 2025?
Well, he's an impressive guy.
Yeah.
In a lot of ways. He understands what to do, why to do, when to do it. He is a little more complicated than what Penn State ran last year. And because they're more complicated, I think they'll be far more difficult for opposing teams to look at and say, okay, they're going to do this because you're not quite sure. And Jim, I think, really excels in the red zone. I think his red zone defensive calls are outstanding. And those are the times where you're trying to keep teams, either you're trying to get a turnover or you're trying to hold them to a field goal. And I think that's an area where he really excels.
What's going to be the biggest question then on that side of the ball for Penn State?
I don't really have a lot of questions on either side of the ball for Penn State. I think it's just a question of going out and taking care of business week by week. This is not a team, like I said, to me, it's identifying 50 players. Like, and when I say 50 players, you need to have 10 defensive backs, including your nickels. You need to have 6 linebackers, 5 defensive ends, 5 defensive tackles. You need 8 offensive linemen. You need 3 tight ends, 4 running backs, 7 wide receivers, and 1.5 quarterbacks. I mean, that's how you need to navigate the season, because you're going to go through a season. People are going to get banged up along the way. You've got to be able to competently replace somebody along the way while keeping your depth strong enough to negotiate a 16-game season.
Steve, speaking of navigating, I'm very interested to hear your thoughts on the schedule because, of course, you know, with James Franklin in the program right now, there is always going to be talk about the matchup with Ohio State, given that they haven't won that game since 2016, though they've, of course, had quite a few close calls in there. But they also have Oregon coming in for the whiteout game at the end of September, which should be spectacular. No Michigan on the schedule this year. What do you think of the 2025 cast of opponents?
Well, I think it lays out exactly the way you would hope it would. Where you need to have a bye week, I think they have one. I think the opening part of the season allows them to get into the season because college football is the only sport that we have where there's no preseason games. I mean, now, as useless as some of the NFL preseason games are, at least some guys are getting work in games against somebody else. That doesn't happen in college football. College basketball has scrimmages against other teams, but college football does not. So I don't mind, getting into the season and then finally getting to a game like that. So if you've got enough big games in the schedule when it's all said and done, the bottom line is do what you can to get to the 12-team playoff, and after that, try and make some hay.
Steve, we like to wrap up each of these team previews with some quick answer questions. Are you ready?
Sure.
All right, let's do it, Peter.
Rapid fire.
Rapid fire.
You do not throw rocks at a man who's got a machine gun.
Rapid fire.
The most important player.
Drew Allen.
The player you're most interested to see how they contribute this year.
T. Wheatley.
What is the floor of expectation this year at Penn State?
Got to go as far as you can.
The thing you love most about this year's squad is?
Depth and camaraderie.
The thing that worries you most about this team is?
Not much.
The percentage chance that Penn State has of beating Nebraska.
I'm on in Omaha.
Yep.
Like, put it this way, I know who the favorite's going to be going in.
What's your regular season record prediction?
And by the way, you got to remember, Matt grew up here. I know, I know Matt. I mean, Matt played at State I, for goodness sake. I don't do records. I never have.
All right.
The last time I did a record was 2005. I was speaking to a group, and Jack Ham and I agreed that we thought they'd go 11-1 that year.
And they did.
And they did.
That was a good team.
Right, they did, but when you do something like that, what's the first question you get? Who's the one?
Yeah,
I'm done. I'm not going to do that.
Will you pick a Big Ten champion for us?
Let's see if they can beat Nevada first. I'll move on.
Wow. And 3 teams that you like to win the national title.
3 other teams I think could possibly be in it.
Yes.
I mean, I think Texas is darn good this year. They look really, really deep. I mean, we all know that Ohio State's really good, and I think Notre Dame is a team I looked at last year. C.J. Carr can play well at quarterback. I think they've got a shot because their schedule is – they start out with Miami, which should be very interesting. They get through the Miami game, that may set the tone for them.
Steve Jones, the voice of Penn State. Steve, we always –
you know what?
What?
I want to give Clemson a shout-out. I want to give Clemson a shout-out.
Honorable, you're our first honorable mention.
Well, we've had people only pick 2, so I'll throw
We'll
a vote
allow
in
it. Perfect.
for the Clemson Tigers. Steve, have an awesome season. We really appreciate the preview.
I look forward to it. Thanks so much, guys.
You bet.
Thank you, Steve.
Jones, the voice of Penn State. Wow. You can tell there's a little, maybe there's some nerves there in Happy Valley. Man, we got to live up to these expectations, but we can't say it.
He
or it
doesn't
might
want
not go
to jinx anything. Look, we talked about it. The season will come down to the matchup in Columbus against the Ohio State Buckeyes late in the year.
Yeah.
K Ford gives them a 38% chance to win. That is the only game on the entire schedule that is below 50%. John, it is the only game on the schedule below 73%. This is an incredibly manageable schedule for the Nittany Lions. So, this should be an 11-1 type team this year.
It is.
But. Bye week before Oregon, bye week before Ohio State. Man, that is so nice. You're going to talk about our friends to the east?
I agree with Steve that the buys come at a pretty good time, though. Hey, if Eric Dixon starts for Villanova, I give the Wildcats a fighting chance. But you look at the clumps, and after you get past Oregon, they will not have back-to-back weeks at home.
That's true.
So there's going to be
point.
home road. Indiana, who knows what's going to happen
for
there.
sure.
I mean,
for sure.
And especially coming off of Ohio State.
If you lose
that game and people start and the negativity starts to flow, does Indiana come in there and maybe surprise you? You know, can Nebraska take advantage? Can Nebraska take advantage of its placement, late in the season?
And hell, John, let's say this. Let's say Penn State, rather. Let's say they finally do it. They get past Oregon, they get past Ohio State, and they're taking care of business. Are they actually a little tighter at 10-0? There's a world where they're not. There's a world where they finally get past the Buckeyes and they're actually great. But there's also a world where the pressure is mounting because they're obviously a playoff team, but then they're staring down at a number 1 seed. They're looking at a bye. They're looking at a manageable path. And maybe Nebraska jumps up and gets them. I will say this, and I called them out. Iowa, if that game is at night, all bets are off. They play so well at Kinnick in those environments.
Yes,
they played
do.
One of the Saquon Barkley teams to they were up with whatever seconds left, and I think Penn State walked them off back in 2017. This is a team that has pulled off big wins in that stadium before because they have a great atmosphere.
I'll give you one other game that could be a bit of a slip up, going all the way across
UCLA.
the country to UCLA the week after playing Oregon. So there are some potential landmines out there. I agree. I mean, Penn State, they are loaded, and I agree with Steve. There's not a lot of questions on this team. They should be really good offensively and defensively. But there can be some landmines out there, and as our friend Michael Severe likes to say, James Franklin occasionally will have one of those games where he just you wonder where the decisions are coming.
Stinkers.
Yeah,
indeed. That said, this is a great team. I mean, he mentioned it when you asked him the thing he's most concerned about, and he said not much. There's not a lot to worry about with this team. It really is all up here, man. I really think that's the case this year.
It's just about getting done and getting through the grind of the season. Because think about it.
The season's going to come down to the playoff for them. That's what it is.
Because, okay, so they finished with 5 straight. Let's say they're playing in the Big Ten championship. There's another week. They could go 6 straight weeks with a game and then have to get ready for a playoff. And that's
a great point.
That can be another tough stretch as well. Granted, a lot of teams have this, but let's face it. Right now, what we're doing with Penn State is we're kind of nitpicking here.
We are because they're really, really good.
Because as far as all of the previews we've done so far, this one feels like the most complete team we've previewed. And we've talked about Texas, and we've talked about Alabama. We've talked about Ohio
Clemson.
State.
I would agree.
And
There's fewer questions.
And there's fewer questions.
That's what it is. That's the thing. There are fewer questions with this team versus the other contenders. I mean, really, man, when one of the biggest questions surrounding your program is, can they get over the hump? I would say that means you're doing so much spectacularly. And that's what it comes down to. Can they get over the hump? We've asked that question. We asked it of Ryan Day last year. We asked it of Jim Harbaugh the year before. Like, that's not a new question for college programs. We asked it of Georgia back in 2021, and they were able to. This is a team that is on my short list to win the national championship. My very, very short list. Penn State is on that list.
The updated standings now. Ohio State has 14 picks. Texas 11. This is from all of our rapid fire questions for the national title. Yeah. Ohio State 14, Texas 11, Georgia 9. Thanks to Steve's vote, Clemson has pulled into a tie with Penn State with 6.
It seems like he misunderstood the question too. He's like, other than Penn State, like so.
So he might think Penn State, but I'm just gonna go
fine.
The literal answer.
Tomorrow, a team that I don't think can win the national championship, but will certainly be a playoff contender, BYU. In 25 teams.
This was one of our wild card teams.
3 teams to go, 22 for 22. Kind of like Penn State. The pressure is ramping up. Is there an upset to come over the next few days, or do they skate through like last year's Ducks? Let's find out.
We will find out. We will also find out what is on the mind of Mitch Holthus, who joins us next. We're going to talk about Ashton Gelati. And also, there was a pretty important name that was back at practice yesterday.
Patrick Mahomes?
We'll discuss that. Still got the super hot take market to come.
Yes, a non-sports one for you today.
Well, I got a sports one for you.
Okay.
And
I can't wait to hear this one. Football is bad.
No, but well, you'll find out.
I'm intrigued.
1620 The Zone.
Live from St. Joe, 1620 The Zone presents the Chiefs Training Camp Report, brought to you by Hy-Vee, official partner of the Kansas City Chiefs. Now, here's John and Josh with the voice of the Chiefs, Mitch Holtis.
Obviously, camp's tough. I mean, camp's always going to be tough, but especially getting it out when you're tired, long drive drill, special teams, all that. So being able to make sure you just continue to push, I mean, that's what, again, you got to be able to do it late in the game.
How excited are you for your fit in this defense? And what have you learned so far of like, oh, man, this is the perfect place to be?
No, it's a great place. Obviously, I have a lot of trust in Spags and what Coach Collins has been showing me, and I'm just really willing and able to serve, you know what I'm saying?
I asked George about you. I'm going to ask you about George and how much he's helped you, and the fact that you guys kind of come in there like brothers.
Yeah, George is like a shadow mentor. He doesn't say much, but when he speaks, I know you got to listen. He's always there. He's always watching. He's very attentive. So, very smart guy, very technical, and he gets it done. And just watching him is one of the best ways to learn.
The voice of Ashton Gelati, left defense or right defensive end for the Kansas City Chiefs. The voice of the Chiefs, Mitch Holtis, in the car, it sounds like. driving to Hy-Vee, perhaps.
I am. There's just 5 minutes left. The salad bar is open. It's the one salad bar left at the Hy-Vee, and I'm rushing to get there. Honestly, I got to thank you guys. And I love it when social media helps me be lazy, because either Bliss Brent or Brett Bliss, he doesn't have a blue dot. I think he's from Scribner. He's part of the Scribner Mafia. Said, how about Sebastian Cabot? Wasn't he like the butler in some TV show?
I have no idea.
Thank you for getting Sebastian Cabot to do these. So I'll throw it out there on Twitter. We'll put it out there on X. I'll take nominations for any British-speaking celebrities. I was looking for Creighton athletes who were British, but I couldn't find any. But probably some. Kalkbrenner's not English, I don't think.
One of the assistant coaches on the cross-country and track teams is from England.
Good. Then give me the name. We'll that's my lazy.
Why don't you just use Google, man?
He's driving, John. He's not going to Google.
Oh,
right
that's
now.
right. You're driving. Safe driving, please. Safe
I'm
driving.
driving. I'm not. I've been Googling.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll go with Sebastian Cabot today that did the AI intro. I appreciate that so much. And thank you to all our followers on social media. But Gelati's good. You guys are going to love him, unless you're playing against us, because we had to put Felix Udike-Uzama, the former Big 12 Defensive Player of the Year at K-State, on injured reserve. He's done for the year. He's just and hamstring issues, and feel bad for the kid. But we're actually deep at defensive end. Gelati's good. He's so you heard him talk about his shadow mentor in Karlaftis, but Karlaftis he looks like a Sam Henriksen type. Gelati's going to give you a little bit of a Bosa look here, and kind of broader shoulders. His frame's a little bit different, but super athletic, but more of a Watt brother Bosa look. But he's super explosive. I'm excited for him. And he's kind of been lost in the shuffle. So much talk about Simmons and Jalen Royals. People aren't talking about Gelati, but they will, and they will soon.
Mitch, I know that this is rookie week, and given that you've been doing, play-by-play for the Chiefs for a while, it's come across various CBAs, right? And so, the importance of a rookie, or especially a rookie contract, and what that can mean for a few years has really evolved. Like now versus, let's say, some of your early years as a play-by-play guy, what are you looking for with those rookies in camp that you can apply to the season?
They have to be at least 4 of your class. Has to be immediate contributors. You can't wait. The days of redshirting draft picks are over, especially when you're picking at the bottom of the draft, like most of the good teams are, and like we've had to do. And so you can't wait around for guys like, let's just let him sit for a year. That's ended. And so that's why I keep telling you, I'm so excited about the 25 class, the 22 class. Think about those guys. And they were the ones to propel. After all the offseason talk of Tyreek Hill's traded, the Chiefs are going to die. They're going to go 3-14. That class comes in. The Chiefs actually turn into a defensive team,
but those guys immediately contributed. McDuffie going right down the line. I mean, Brian Cook, Karlaftis, as we mentioned him, Leo Chanel, Joshua Williams, Jalen Watson, Isaiah Pacheco. They're all still here. They all contributed right away. So this group, to answer your question, looks like they can contribute in Sao Paulo. And all 7 of them, in a way, can do that. But that's the way of the NFL now. And the other thing is with the CBA, great question, because it used to be you had to hold out, your first-round picks holding out, and, oh, my God, you're not going to sign him until, September, and then he can't play for a month. Those days are over. The Sam Bradford thing ended all that. And so you're getting guys right away. They're slotted, and you've got to get them up and running as fast as possible.
Did I see this correctly? Hollywood Brown back at practice this week.
Yes, good sign. So here we are. We got them out there again. Wait a minute. It's Hollywood Brown and Xavier Worthy and Rashee Rice for a while. So let's hope that they can unleash all that fury and we can win the 4x1 at the AFC West track meet.
So Mitch mentioned it earlier. The assistant coach, that coach's name is Matthew Fayers for Creighton. I also got a text from somebody pointing out that the head coach of the women's soccer program, Jimmy Walker, also an Englishman.
English, yeah, right, yeah.
Indeed. So there you go.
Put these down. We got to use them later. Now we're burning them up.
Yeah, I guess that's
true.
true.
I got to go look some up. So 2 of these final reports, we will honor those 2 coaches.
Nice.
So way to go. Thank you, Coach Walker.
We should just honestly just get Coach Walker to do the introduction.
Not a bad idea.
Oh, stop it. He coaches soccer?
Yep.
Yes.
Women's soccer team. He's entering year 2.
Come on. He's got to call in and just record it once.
I bet we can make this happen. We have a pretty good relationship with the people at Creighton.
They're good people.
Yeah,
they're good people.
Yep.
I know somebody that knows somebody if they can pull it off. But okay, from now to the end of the week, you guys got 3 days to pull this off.
Okay.
Just give me one with Coach Walker intro. Let's do it.
All right. Maybe, Mitch, this could be the intro for the entire season that Coach Walker is doing. He gives us a couple of recordings and we can use them throughout the year.
And then we find out Coach Walker is a Raiders fan. He's like, hell no, I'm not doing that.
I wouldn't say a nice thing about them if I was forced to.
It might go with how good Coach Walker's season has gone. If he loses 2-0 to St. Louis U, so there's a little bit of pressure with this. If he's going to jump on and do this, it's like,
good
hey,
point.
Creighton soccer's got a great reputation, but if we start 0-1-1, hey, buddy, they're going to say, hey, he's distracted. He's doing ads for Mitch.
That's right.
They're doing promos.
Focus on coaching. Stop doing commercials for radio stations. People say that about Matt Rule and doing podcast interviews, so it fits. Yeah, it fits.
Yeah, so, yeah, for sure. But, let's do that.
All right. Mitch Holtis, Voice of the Chiefs, brought to you by Hy-Vee, official grocery partner of the Kansas City Chiefs. Thank you, Mitch.
Yeah, we'll stand on the rookies all week long. And, hey, all of our followers on X/Twitter, I'll take your nominations. Give it out to Sebastian Cabot. That was a good one. So let's more. Takes me off the hook.
Please. Mitch Holtis.
Bye, Mitch.
I have no idea who that is.
John, me neither. He's been doing this bit for a month. The best part about training camp coming to an end is the bit will die. The bit is almost over. By the way, I think we could make that happen because of who texted me about this. I think we could make this happen.
Let's do. I will type up a
I've
script.
talked to Fayers before. He was a guest on my running podcast.
I will
RIP.
type up a script.
Okay.
I will type up a script and we'll get this taken care of.
Okay.
And then we'll really shock the world when we bring back Benny Hill from the grave.
Nice.
For the last one.
Wow.
Well, coming up next,
it's time.
Super hot take market. I'm going after
college
seeds.
Football.
Cream puffs. And the Auburn Tigers.
I got a football one. And like I said, I got a non-football hot take on the worst chore at home. And I'm going to explain why. Not for the reason you think. Not for the reason you think this is the worst chore. Because when I say the chore, you're going to say, yeah, that's not the hot take. But when I give you the reason, you're going to say, whoa, that's a hot take.
Stand by next. 1620 The Zone.
Excellent work by Peter, finding the open for the hot take market.
We
Never
did
a
it.
doubt. We did it.
Having to siphon through all of Nick's weird codes and
Oh,
secret
yeah.
chambers.
Secret chambers.
Well,
the Chamber of
We
Secrets?
weaved our way.
Here, this isn't really a hot take.
I was going to say, when you said Auburn, this ain't,
really
ain't
a
nothing
hot take.
Ain't no hot take here,
But
unless you're taking
Jiminy
this is actually
Jones,
good.
Come on. If anybody out there in Auburn, Alabama thinks that the 1983 Auburn Tigers were worthy of being a national championship, I got 3 words for you. Go to hell. Auburn has decided to follow in the footsteps of
Texas A&M.
So many other schools who just claim anytime someone farts and it sounds like Auburn won the national championship, they're going to claim it. They are claiming 9 national championships. Of course, they have the 1957 AP title recognized and the 2010 BCS title recognized, but they're also counting 1910 when some lame-o named Lauren Maxwell said Auburn was number 1.
Screw you, Lauren Maxwell. You suck.
In 1913, Billingsley's margin of victory said that Auburn was number 1.
Okay.
In 1914, James Howell's power system. James Howell sounds like one of these guys introducing Mitch Holthus.
Sounds like a cowboy in the West.
In 1958, David Montgomery, not to be confused with the guy who played at Iowa State, said that they were number 1. And yes, this same Billingsley moron, along with the New York Trimes, the fake news New York Trimes, said that Auburn was the number 1 team in 1983. Get the H out of here, Auburn.
You see, they also apparently claimed 93. They were undefeated, but they weren't allowed to play because they were banned.
Yeah, because you were banned because you broke the rules, you dumbasses.
Those rules are allowed now. How about this from David Ubben? Hot take. Auburn's claim of 7 football titles is a throwback to a flawed system. Don't blame the Tigers. He says don't hate the player, hate the game. Do you have 2 more?
Man.
You have 3 takes today?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. I'm going to go with my sports one first. Hot take I could be talked into. There will be only 1 new playoff team in the AFC this year. We've gotten to that point, John, of the offseason where everyone's starting to put together their playoff picks. And one of the rules of thumb, which is a good one, is take half the playoff teams from last year, throw them out, and put 7 new playoff teams in, which is on average 3.5 per conference, so 3, or 4 per league. Do this exercise with the AFC, and you're going to realize really fast how difficult it is. So you have the obvious contenders, right? You have the Chiefs, of course. You have the Ravens, the Bills. Okay. Do you like somebody more than the Texans in the AFC South? Because if you don't, then you're talking about 4.
Yeah.
Okay. Then you look at the wild cards. So the wild cards last year were Broncos. They were, Chargers. And who am I forgetting, John? Who did the Ravens play? The Steelers.
Yes.
So the Steelers, I think, are an easy one. But are they? Because they always are in the playoff mix. People love the Broncos. People love the Chargers. Hot take I could be talked into. There will actually be only 1 new playoff team in the AFC because it's going to be hard to pick against a lot of those. Now, the reason I could only be talked into it is because it's the NFL. I don't think anybody saw the Broncos being a playoff team at this time a year ago,
didn't.
right? It's like weird stuff happens, but the cream of the crop in that conference is going to make it really difficult to have this massive changeover, of course, barring injuries. The Bengals are the obvious ones to go in.
The Bengals are an obvious one.
That's just one.
What about the Raiders?
People love the Raiders. They do love the Raiders, and so maybe they're the other one. But do you like a second team? A second AFC South team is hit the playoffs? I certainly don't feel that way. So it's I can only be talked into it, though. I'm not going to go all the way because it's the NFL. Weird stuff happens.
Today, as reported by Kendall Rogers, friend of the program, the baseball selection committee will start seeding. Starting next year, we'll seed the top 32 teams in the NCAA men's baseball tournament. Right now, they seed the top 16. Those are the hosts.
Yeah.
But now they're going to seed 1 through 32.
Why not 1 through 64?
But great question.
Is that the hot take?
Also, here's the other thing. Here's the hot take. Because that doesn't mean that the number 32 is going to face the number 1, for example.
No.
It's still going to be done with geographical considerations.
What is this, Major League Baseball, John?
Apparently, they do this same thing in soccer as well. If you're creating
Coach
seeds,
Walker, your thoughts?
If you're creating seeds without respecting them, it is a pointless exercise.
It really is stupid.
I mean, the whole point of a seed is, all right, the best seed faces the worst seed, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So, yeah, you're putting more pressure on the committee to actually say, well, we think this team's better than this team. But if you're not actually respecting the seeding in the brackets themselves, what the hell are we doing here?
That's pretty stupid. I don't understand.
Seems unnecessary.
Hot take, I believe.
Yeah.
Cleaning the bathroom isn't the worst chore because you have to scrub the toilet. It's the worst chore because the bathroom immediately gets dirty again. And look, I understand that that's life. Why do we unload the dishwasher, John? To load it again. Why do we mow the lawn? So it can just grow again. Like, we do things that then lead to the other things being done all over again. And so life is just about fixing or cleaning or whatever, only for the things to get dirty or broken. Correct? We would agree on that. But there is something about the bathroom where you scrub everything. You scrub the toilet down, and then you drop a morning deuce, and it's gross in there all over again. Where you clean off the counter, and this is where I get most triggered. I spend all this time. I wipe down the mirror. I clean off the counter. And then what do? I shake my toothbrush, or I sneeze or whatever in the bathroom, and suddenly the mirror is dirty. I trim my neck hairs. Oh, look, there's hair now on my sink. All that time and effort, all that work that I put into cleaning the bathroom on Sunday, that night, there was droplets of water on the sink. When I wash my hands for the first time in the bathroom, I try my best to, can it just dry inside?
What are you, the anal retentive homeowner?
I'm a home renter.
Are you the anal retentive home renter?
I am prideful of my work of cleaning the bathroom, and then it's immediately messy, and I get so triggered by this.
See, I'm different. I'm prideful of my work. When I drop that deuce, like, oh, that looks like a good one.
Even when it's sticking to the bottom of the toilet bowl, John.
I do hate that.
It sucks.
I do hate it when
I just cleaned
you. I do hate it when you leave those big ass
dirty again. Anniversary this weekend, I had a massive steak, and I was like, that's going to ruin my clean bathroom. And it did. I got so mad. All that time. It's the worst chore. Absolutely the worst chore.
Well, speaking of dropping a deuce.
Got him.
The Indiana Hoosiers have added home games with Howard in 2026 and Miami of Ohio in 2028. And as Brett McMurphy reports, here are your non-conference games for the next 5 seasons for the mighty Indiana Hoosiers. This year, it's Old Dominion, Kennesaw, and Indiana State. Next year, it's Howard, Colorado State, and Western Kentucky. 27, it's Kennesaw, Indiana State, and UMass. More like UAss.
Got him.
28, it's Austin P, Miami of Ohio, and Eastern Michigan. In 2029, it's the mighty trio of Ball State, Eastern Illinois, and Western Kentucky. Here's the hot take.
I was going to say, there is
Kurt Cignetti is trying to be the Bill Snyder of the Big Ten.
I like that take.
If you remember when, 30-ish years ago, 25 years ago, Kansas State was notorious for having cream puff non-conference schedules. But you know what? I did a little research.
Yeah.
Even Bill Snyder managed to play Washington. Even Bill Snyder managed to play Arizona State.
They played USC one time, a couple times.
Even USC. But that's what Kurt Cignetti's trying to do. He's trying to do exactly what Bill Snyder and take this woebegone, craptastic organization and build them up by playing a bunch of cream puffs. Now, you might say, John, that worked for Kansas State. Yes, it did. But will it work for Kurt Cignetti? I say no. Because now you're going to have at least Indiana's not going to be able to get away with playing these candy-ass schedules and think they're going to get into the playoff unless they only lose once like they did last year.
What's that adage about the devil, the greatest trick he pulled? What's that? Was it convincing you he existed or whatever? Kirk Cignetti's greatest trick is getting us to talk about their non-conference schedule and them being a playoff contender on a yearly basis because of one time. Like, that is, he deserves to be in the Indiana Hall of Fame if only for that. That you just finger wave them. And, like, I'm not disagreeing, but you're like, you're not going to make the playoff with this stuff. It's Indiana football. I can't believe that we're having this conversation seriously. And then it's not a joke. A year ago, if they put Howard on the schedule, we wouldn't have even talked about it. And now we do. He's a great coach. Horrible scheduler, though. Horrible. What is he, an SEC coach? What is he, a coach in your favorite conference, John? Putting Howard on the schedule? This is disgusting. Who was he, an Alabama head
Typical
coach?
Big
Who was he,
Ten
Nick?
candy asses.
Who was he, Nick Saban?
By the way, did you like the name of his bakery? Who's Your Baker?
Nice, John. I got it.
Now open.
Kurt Signetti, maker of cream puffs. And that is the super hot take market. Coming up, it's time for some Stephen M. Sipple.
Let's go.
Wonder what he thinks of old Kurt Signetti's candy ass.
Wonder what he thinks of
puff
cleaning the
schedule.
bathroom.
Do you think Sip actually cleans a bathroom?
No, definitely not.
You know, on the salary he makes, he's probably got like
Butlers
and
maids
and
oh yeah, all sorts of
stuff like that.
He ain't cleaning.
The happy hour is next on 1620 The Zone.
It'd be nice to have a pro.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a pro.
Throw.
It would be nice
to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
When you're gone.
2 minutes and 50 seconds left before we call Sip. Happy hour's on the air. Yeah, Sip gave Peter the old, hey, call me back. Call me back in 4 minutes. I'm at Applebee's. So you know what? That gives us a chance to read this email from friend of the program, Josh.
What up, Josh?
Says, hey, guys, writing to extend my appreciation to you guys for your 6A to 6P shows.
Oh, wow.
I have been transplanted to Kansas City for my work for a period of time just to keep all employees busy, and I've been here since June 8th. This time has not been great for me as I'm missing valuable time with my incredible wife, Ashley, and my 2-year-old baby girl, Charlotte.
Oh.
So get to my point. I've been listening to you guys every single day from clock in to clock out. You all have been able to keep me connected to home better than any other media. I can't express how much better this has been to keep you guys in my ear. So when I realized I was extending my work here past Labor Day, I was thrilled to know I was going to be able to go to a game. Home is coming to me. Hopefully see you guys down here, GBR. Josh, if you're listening, hit us up. Well, actually, I already have your email. We need to find out if we can get him some passes.
Oh, that would be great.
And he can join us at the Blur Parties tailgate.
That would
where
be
we
lovely.
will be hosting this Grum and our pregame coverage next Thursday.
Wow.
Against the Cincinnati Bearcats.
I believe we chose our winner today. And thank you, Josh, for tuning in.
Yes.
That's awesome.
But I hope we can get him.
That'd be
some
sweet.
passes.
That would be awesome. That is super cool. I have never been away from, certainly I don't have a child, but never been away from my wife for that amount of time doing something like that. Pretty incredible.
God, she'd be thrilled if she was away from you.
Yeah, that's true. Wouldn't have to deal with me. Though I think she's excited to deal with me in 2 weeks so she can talk trash about the Eagles beating the Cowboys. I don't think she's ready for me to just be such a beaten down man. You know, like how Jack is like, oh, yeah, tell me more how my team sucks. Like, that's kind of me now. Like, just what? You can't hurt me. They've already hurt me enough. I'm not going to tweet at 1,000 people about
I don't believe it from Jack, and I'm not believing it from you.
I'm a hurt man. I'm a hurt man.
The pain is real. The pain is real. Well, here he is, ladies and gentlemen.
The pain of him being late today is also real.
Steve. Wow. Sip, I'm not going to relate to you the joke I related here off the air when I heard you overheard you tell Peter that you were going to need an extra 4 minutes. I'm not going to say the joke that I said off the air. I'll just let your imagination run wild.
Wow. Adult fair.
What? I didn't say that. Why? Where did your mind go there,
yeah.
Sip?
He figured you were eating a burger.
All right.
Sip, have you started mentally preparing for a game week? We got the email from Keith Mann about their weird wonky sketch because they're playing on a Thursday. Have you started getting, like, you and I have been jacked for football since like March. Like, this is so nice. It's almost here.
Yeah. I mean, I kind of take things a day at a time, but of course of course it's exciting. It's really exciting. And it helps that they have an exciting opener. If this was Akron or Houston Christian.
Akron? Where did that pronunciation? I've never heard it called Akron before.
Akron. It wouldn't be as exciting as it is now. It is. I mean, it's not Alabama, but
no,
it's Arrowhead. And
it's Arrowhead.
Yeah, it's a test. We'll know a lot more.
We will.
So 9 days to go. Almost exactly 9 days. Well, I shouldn't say almost exactly. Kickoff's not going to be until dark 30. But what is the biggest question you have about this team with 9 days to go?
Oh, it's very easy. I mean, I was just writing about it. Do they have the defense that can get them to 9? I think they can win 8. I've written it a lot of times. But do they have the kind of defense that can get them to 9? Or is it just, is it going to be 8?
just a step, or it'll be a big step. That's why I don't know. It's not like I don't agonize over it and talk to people who see practice, and I'm pretty convinced that's just the question now. Are they going to be able to play the level of defense that allows them to have a what we might consider a special season?
Sip, along the lines of talking to people who go to practice, John and I spent a little bit of Monday's show discussing Matt Rule and the way he's talking about this team. And I've heard it from you. I've heard it from a lot of people that wow, he really seems to like this team. But as you pointed out in your column today, he adored last year's Nebraska football team. You added, he's made that clear, which I find interesting because a lot of people are using the way he's discussing the 25 group as a reason maybe to believe that an 8 or a 9-win season is a possibility. Why do you think it's different this year versus last? Because he did have a lot of good things to say about that group last year that ended up, being unfounded because they went 6-6.
I'm not sure that I don't necessarily make the correlation between any coach's mood and what he feels about his team. I think it's really dangerous to do that. It might just be.
Well, yeah, Bo is angry all the time.
Yeah, it might lead. It might. It might be something that has nothing to do with that. It might just be he just told himself, or he told his family, I'm going to be more upbeat. And maybe in his mind, that coach is thinking 5 wins. Who knows?
Or maybe he had a really good 4 minutes.
Yeah. Adult fair. I don't do that. Rule's in a good mood the last two Saturdays after scrimmages. They must be really good. It's kind of tempting to do that, Josh, but I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't.
Does it seem to you, as it seems to me, that, obviously, when we started looking ahead to this year's team many months ago, one of the first things we probably all thought was, the secondary is going to be good. The secondary is really going to be good.
Yep.
Does it seem to you that a little bit of that confidence, not necessarily inside the program, but just what is said about it outside, is starting to wane just a little bit?
That's probably, we just need a game kind of discussion.
Yeah.
Ebbs and flows. A lot of the discussions tend to do that. I don't know. I haven't gotten that sense. I get what you're saying. There was a strange period of time where it seemed like the secondary magically was regarded as a strength without really, nobody could really explain to me why that it changed, because they didn't play particularly well last year. Pretty well documented, right? I mean, I think it could be better. I think Andrew Marshall, that addition, I think that helps. I think having Singleton, in camp and ready to roll going into the season, which wasn't the case last year, I think that changes things. Sierra Wright, I think you could make a argument that Sierra Wright, okay, I guess you don't pay me, but you've been very loyal to me. So I try to give you goods. You can make a case that Sierra Wright's the best player on the defense. So he's had a good camp. He's had a really good camp. So that'll be fine. And I think Andrew Marshall's gigantic. I think Andrew Marshall will be an upgrade, and they have some stability there.
Sip, this is a kind of a natural follow-up then, because your column today, the crux of it was just about the newcomers, right? Well, a couple newcomers in particular. Whether it's the two you mentioned today or somebody else, is there one that you are most intrigued or interested in? I guess let's maybe narrow it down this way: one on defense, one on offense.
Newcomer?
Yeah, could be a transfer, could be a freshman.
McCullough's the one that's intrigued. That's the easy answer. For me, it's the easy answer because of his length and what they're going to ask of him.
Yeah.
They're going to ask a lot of McCullough. He's got to be disruptive. He's got to get, he's got to tip passes. He's got to affect the quarterback. He's got to be strong in the run game, probably. You just want that length to pay off. He's really athletic. He's going to be one of the better looking players out there. You've got to see it now. On offense, I think
Key's the obvious answer.
Yep.
I think you could quickly go to Hunter. I think Hunter's their second best receiver. I think there was a period where he's a little banged up in camp, but then he came on. And I think you just rank them really easily. Key, Hunter, just Corey Barney. I'd give Hunter an edge over Barney because if you put Barney outside against like a Michigan, they might block him into the stand, or they might run him into the stand. Not block him, but the defender might. He's just not physical. He's not physical like those other two guys. He's just not. He's 175. So, yeah, I'd say Hunter a little more than Key because I have a better feel for Key. So I'm a little more intrigued by Hunter. And Hunter's you saw that. If you saw that open practice, his speed's, man, I mean, when Hunter goes, it's pretty eye-popping.
Yeah, it's interesting you say him because, and John asked this of somebody late last week, or maybe it was of Michael yesterday, but like we came into training camp talking about him a lot, and I don't think he has been talked about that much. And so you saying you still think he's that's true, but you still think he's the second best receiver when Ja'Cory Barney is also on the rosters. I mean, that'd be awesome for the wide receiver room if that's the case.
I absolutely think that's the case. Mainly because what I said, Josh. It's just Corey, you're pretty limited. You got to put him in the slot right now. I mean, maybe that will always be the case. That's not necessarily a horrid thing. You just can't put him out wide. I mean, he's against a physical corner. It's trouble. Out wide in the corners, or in the slot, it's better.
Speaking of newcomers, Elijah Pritchett, he to me, he's like one of the great mysteries on this team. Is he as good as his 5-star, out of high school ranking? Or, is he are we getting Alabama rejects? Is he acclimating himself? We heard Rule talk about it, earlier this week that, he's still got to work through some things. He feels like the biggest mystery on this team. Does it feel that way to you?
A little bit. I mean, I think I got a good handle on him. He's a monster talent-wise. And we've seen players like this over the years at Nebraska, especially during we'll call them the struggle years, where they've had a fairly long list of guys that were incredibly talented, but flawed. And he's got to get it together. I mean, I don't want to go into everything, but I don't have to because Rules alluded to it publicly.
Yeah.
That he's got to, there's a buy-in, when class, like I wonder when class starts, is he going to get there? Is he going to go on time? Is he going to put it all together? Because he is, don't ever mistake that he is the most talented tackle over there. I mean, he's talented. He's first-round talent. But here's the thing: we all know examples of guys who are first-round talent. It's talent, but there's so much more that goes into that conversation, right? It's not just talent. It's a lot of things. Toughness. There's all the intangibles that you have to add in to be a first-round pick.
Do you think they're surprised by this development or by the way that it's been?
I doubt it. I doubt they're surprised. I don't want to say this is a lost cause. It's not at all.
Sure.
I think he had a good scrimmage Saturday. I mean, Pritchett was good. From everybody I've talked to said, no, he was good. He's good. Maybe a couple bad plays, but he doesn't have a couple bad plays.
Mm-hmm.
He was fine in scrimmage. I think today he would. I don't want to say that, but I was going to say I think today he'd be their starter. I think so. He's got to do what they're. I guess the best way to say it, he's got to do what the coaches ask. That's the best way to say it.
Is it realistic, Sip, to feel that Isaiah Mosey, a guy who was recruited to be a wide receiver, is going to be a reliable enough option for being in the regular running back rotation?
I think so. You guys ask really good questions. I don't. The question will be to me. Now, this is just me. This isn't coming from a coach or any expert. I just wonder how he will be when it's time, like when you're playing Michigan. When you're playing Michigan, and it's 3rd and 5, 3rd and 4, whatever. It doesn't have to be 3rd down. Whatever it is, for instance, can he boom it between the tackles? Because he's going to get rattled, hammered. I mean, in that league, you watch the games, you get waylaid. I mean, now is he ready for that in the Big Ten? Not against Cincinnati or Akron or Houston Christian. Not that. He'll look good in those games, is my guess. But what about at Minnesota? Right? What will that look like? I mean, you really got to stop and think about these things in the context of the difficulty of that league and a 10th season. Is he got to hold on to the ball? You know, when he gets rattled, rattled physically, is he got to hold on to the ball? Is he gonna pick up blitzes when it's incredibly loud in the stadium and it feels like Armageddon? I mean, you just don't know. It's hard to know. It's impossible.
Sip, I know you're not a big stats guy, though you do also have like incredible knowledge and good pull of like, well, this guy averaged 4.2 yards a carry. So it's interesting to me. But in all seriousness, you can pick any stat, individual, team, whatever it is that you think would tell the story of the season and you could find out tomorrow. What would be the stat that you would say that is going to give me a great idea on the success or failure?
Average points allowed per game, probably average yards allowed per game.
So you'd go defense first.
This is a defensive discussion. Yeah, I think the offense can make a huge jump. And I think, the way I look at it somewhat, I try to look at everything somewhat simply. Offense is going to be much better. I think the special teams will be much better. Then what about the defense? You know, and how they got to put it together? How they got to put all that together? You know, I don't know. That's what I'd say. My big question is, can they play the level of defense to go back to what I said earlier, to get to 9 or maybe 10?
I hate to go too far, not too far, but it's only a week back in the rearview mirror because I meant to ask you this last week and we just got off into another conversation. But you wrote a couple weeks ago about the defense and, the changeover with John Butler moving in and Tony White moving on. And one of the lines you had in that column was, you said, I'd almost be disappointed if Rule in any way begged Tony White to stay. And I'm just curious if you could expand on that a little bit.
I just think the discussion is, it's a good discussion. It's an interesting discussion because the numbers were so good.
Mm-hmm.
Those final broad numbers that we all look at, total defense, they were top 20, right? I think 18th or 19th, scoring defense, they're top 20. Rushing defense, top 20. They were now passing defense, they're 65th. But I just, I think even if you look, now I haven't said this, like third down defense, I don't think the final number is really bad, but you got to. That's why I always say, hey, Josh, and that's why stats. I am not a big stats guy because they can be incredibly misleading, and I think in this discussion they are. I know what the stats are, but I also know what I saw. So if you're just looking at a magazine, you'd be like, oh God, they had a really good defense. No, they didn't. They didn't have a really good defense. The defense hurt them. Obviously at Indiana, but against UCLA really hurt them in the first half. USC couldn't get off the field at key times. I don't know, inexplicable third and long completions by USC. No, they weren't that good. They were fine most of the time, but that's what I mean. And I just don't. I think there's stuff that was lacking. Now, would White? I said beg it back. He could have come back, obviously, if he wanted to. But I wouldn't beg it back. I think you can do better. You can find somebody better.
Do you think they did?
I don't know. And it's hard to say. I'm not ducking your question. I just don't know how to answer that. He hasn't been a defensive coordinator since 2013, right?
Yep.
At Penn State. And that was, how would you describe those circumstances? Sort of rare.
Yeah, that was year 2 of what they thought at the time was a 4-year bowl ban, but it ended up being the last year of the bowl ban. And they were fine. Their numbers were fine. They weren't great, though.
Right, but they were sort of.
It was weird.
The circumstances were odd.
Yes, lesser scholarships.
Yeah, I think they're pretty good, the defense, actually, but not. So I don't know. I think snow helps a lot. I don't think you can ever fill snow. I don't think you can ever just like don't. I tend to leave that out of discussion when I should. I have to catch myself sometimes, and you also kind of have to remind yourself that Rule is a defensive line guy. So that snow and Rule, and even Eckler in the building, I think can help. But I always repeat myself, and we have these conversations over and over. There's just nothing you can do about having a bunch of young guys up front that aren't. You're asking them. I feel like I'm making excuses for them before the season, but you're sort of asking them to be really good before it's really fair to ask them to be good. I mean, you shouldn't expect Van Poppel to play like Ty Robinson did in year 6. It's not fair to him. Keona Davis, is not fair to ask him as a sophomore to play like Nash Hutmacher or Ty or even Jamari Butler. Really not fair. He might be better than him. You have to reserve that. You have to reserve that thought in your head. They're going to be better, but I don't think you've seen it so far in camp. No, I would just think confidently that nobody's surfaced as a force like a Ty Robinson. Nobody has done that. So you have a bunch of guys that are sort of, good, but they're not going to be. I bet they're going to be really good, but it might be a year or two before the young guys like Winery, probably a year or two. Keona Davis, a year or two. Van Poppel, a year or two. Like Petshak, that kid from Fargo, is good now. I mean, he's good, but he's a freshman. Watch that kid, by the way. He's going to play. And then Jalen George, he just should be good out of the gate as junior. There's no excuse really for his name's escaping me. The kid Jude. There's no excuse for Jude. He's my age. So that's the rundown.
Steve Sipple.
I probably missed somebody. But.
That was a long list.
Listen, you're not like the coach where if you miss a player's name and then all people read into it. No,
it's fine.
You don't have.
You're an old man. We know
you don't
why
have that response.
Yeah, you're good.
I'm an old man.
Sip, we talk to you next week. We're asking you your record prediction, so have that ready to go.
Okay, Tuesday, huh?
Yep, 2 days before the opener.
You're not heading to Kansas City that early, are you?
No, I'm not. No, we're not going till Thursday. My schedule's jumbled. But I think
look at that. The Zone boys are going to be.
We'll be there before you.
The Husker Online
who's the
boys.
real journalist now?
Yeah.
Hey, what was your column? I saw somebody tweeted something. Did you write a column about what you think's going to happen this season?
Schizophrenic Josh, who he talked about how all the things that are making him happy, and now he's juxtaposing it with all the things that make him feel sad.
Last week I gave 4 reasons why I think that they can finally break through. This week I wrote why they won't, and it made people really mad.
Fair.
Yeah.
Fair.
Yeah. One of them, defense.
What? Yeah.
Yeah.
What was the other 3?
The other 3, so I did running back depth, I did defense, I did in-game management from Matt Rule, and the last one was vibes. I need to see it before I believe it.
I think all of that's fair. I'm terrible about in-game management discussion. I don't feel qualified.
Yeah.
But those other 2, defense and running back depth, 100% found.
Yeah.
100%.
Yeah.
So you're saying that negative Josh is smarter than positive Josh?
No, those are just real. Those are just valid.
No, they are. They're very valid.
I think the headline made people mad, and the way that I wrote it made people. Yeah, I think that's what made people mad.
Well, yeah, your headline was win $500 in gold by clicking on this link. You know,
Most read story I've ever written. It was pretty cool.
You get a lot of clicks.
Yeah.
Well, Sip, go create something that gets a lot of clicks, okay?
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
You bet.
Bye, Sipple.
Steve Sipple of HuskerOnline.com.
They're gonna say like go create something you can create in 4 minutes. I thought that's where you were going.
No.
I don't know.
You can create a lot of good things in 4 minutes.
You can.
I made a great
child
sandwich wrap.
Whoa.
In 4 minutes.
You made a wrap?
Yeah, there was
kind of live of you.
Oh, it's not. It's just in a tortilla. You know,
I love wraps. Wraps are awesome.
No,
wraps are underrated.
I was looking. You know, we had a lot of leftover lunch meat and some cheese in the meat drawer there, and I was going to make a sandwich, and then I saw there was one flour tortilla left.
Hell yeah,
calling your name.
You know what? I'm just going to do it on here. And
that is awesome.
It was really good.
That's a meal. By the way, stay tuned. What's for dinner?
Yeah.
I got a photo. I should upload it. I show you the gumbo I had last night. I took a picture and sent it to Severe.
You know what I did? You know what I spent my dinner doing? Sitting behind a damn curtain waiting for Schick and Nick to stop talking so I could come out on stage.
Did they feed you at least?
No.
What?
No
They
dinner.
invited you and then feed you. It's dinner time.
That's not fair. That's not fair.
Come on, Matt.
That's not fair.
It's probably back in
No,
Carolina.
it wasn't their deal, but someone offered me something, but it was getting late. I was like, no, I'll just grab something on the way home.
Wow. Unreal. Did you have fun?
Oh, it was a great time.
Good.
It was a great time. But yeah, they had me sitting behind a damn screen for 30 minutes. Because I was the surprise
you were a surprise.
guest.
Yeah. I was wondering when they were
And then-
teasing on the pod last week, a surprise guest, I never would have thought of you. That's awesome.
And then you came out to Pyro and a theme song.
I wish it was Pyro.
Oh man.
No, I
imagine you recreated some of the drops.
Oh yeah, absolutely. That's all we talked about was my
Evan
drops.
Burrows, you suck.
Yes.
Good times.
So
I can't wait to hear it.
Yeah, we had a lot of fun. We had a lot of fun.
Good.
When we continue, let's see. We got some happy hour stuff coming up. Oh, also, Josh can be very excited about this news.
What NFL topic are you going to depress me with this time?
No, it's not even about the NFL.
Okay, that's good.
1620 the zone. I meant to bring this up earlier, but didn't because Nick wasn't here riding me and saying, all right.
Is that why? I mean, I had mine open. I could have helped you out with it.
He could have done it.
I could have
It's your
reminded
show,
you. I could remind you that this week's zone deal is to Cops, which is badass. Cops, delicious pizza, serving steak, seafood, pasta, fresh salads, tasty charred wings. Man, I'm always thinking about wings during football season. This week's deal, $50 worth of vouchers for only $25. That's 50% off. More details online at 1620thezone.com. And you can listen to the Happer Show this week for your chance to win.
You know what, Josh? It's a good thing that Cops does more than just wings.
Yeah.
Because it's not football season yet, so you don't have to think about wings.
Oh, but it is, John. There's football highlights on our television right now. Look, it's the Indianapolis Colts playing the Baltimore Ravens last week. Sorry, Peter. But at least your NBA team won a national championship.
That is true.
NBA team won a national championship?
An NBA Finals national championship. They shouldn't call it a world championship.
Why not?
Because it's America, and Canada.
It's a world championship.
You don't think it's a little silly that we call it the World Series, even though it's actually just the America Series?
It's the World Series. We were the only country that played baseball. The others just followed suit. We were the only country that played baseball, so we called it the World Series.
Anyway, football's here. Enjoy wings from Cops and other stuff too.
You know what? Rest of the world, you want to be better at us than in our sports? Then come on over here. Come get some.
Nice.
You want some? Come get some.
So you said you have something that's going to upset me?
No, it shouldn't upset you, but
it probably will.
We're just 1 month away from
I'm already upset.
Opening night presented by Shields.
The worst news that you could have delivered today. The only worst news would be...
Worst news. Listen to this, Nebraska ball fan.
Yeah, listen.
They're going to have a fan event at Canopy Street in the rail yard near Pinnacle Bank Arena for both the men and women's basketball teams. It's free to the public.
I don't know
the
streets.
Players are going to be there. It's in the rail yard. You know where the rail yard is.
Say rail yard next time, not Canopy Street.
Well, it's...
Hey, it's come to Ida Street. You don't know what Ida Street means, do you? You know what Ida Street means?
Yeah, it means Ida Street. Read a map. Fred Hoiberg and Amy Williams is going to be there, and it's only 1 month away, Josh. Basketball season's almost here.
You know how sad this is that you do this to me? That all summer long, I can't even mention football without you crawling down my neck.
Because it's my summer.
And now you try to take away my late summer and early fall to talk about your opening night mumbo
You're taking
jumbo.
away my Indian summer.
This is wild. Native American summer, John.
Native American summer.
This is wild that there's little get-together jamboree on Canopy Street happens 2 months before the damn season starts. I guess it doesn't start on November 19th anymore, does it?
No, it doesn't.
College basketball needs to push it back to when it was like when you were a kid. I miss those days. Didn't it start in like late November?
It's funny
like
you say that because I was just cleaning up some of the stats that I was keeping, and I was reminded many times how football season around here didn't start until mid to late September.
And basketball wasn't it Thanksgiving for around Thanksgiving?
Back in those days, basketball wasn't starting until December. But yeah, as I was growing up, we always thought of the first exhibition game being right around Thanksgiving.
Wow. It's like Nebraska in 1978 in football. When did they start the season? Or is this not the era that you were talking about?
Oh no, we're going.
You're
back.
going way back.
We're going back to like the 50s.
Oh, okay.
40s and 50s.
Okay, yeah, because in the 70s they started pretty much when they did. Yeah, 1958, September 20th against Penn State. That's crazy.
Can you imagine if we had still had 1 more month to go, Josh?
No.
Until the Cincinnati game. That's what 1958 Josh Peterson was talking about.
I hate it.
Oh, man, football season's almost here. It's coming up September 20th.
Yeah, seriously. I don't want it to be a month ago. I'm happy that it's today. I'm happy that we are very close. I'm tapped out.
So close.
I've reached, I think, my limit. Like, I'm ready to talk about the game now. It's too much.
Well, why don't you start talking about like other things, like baseball?
No. And I realize we barely talked any NFL lately outside of the Chiefs every day, along with British people for some reason.
Yeah.
So we got that coming up for us too.
Oh, we got plenty on that. We got plenty
Basketball.
on that.
This is insane. When's Creighton's a little jamboree on Canopy Street?
They don't have one on Canopy Street.
When's theirs on 10th Street? They do theirs at 10th, do they not?
I'm not 100% certain what kind of preseason event they're doing. I mean, for the masses, there's a few events that I'll be involved in.
A bunch of exhibition games that are conveniently on at the same time as Big Red Overreaction.
That's one way to get out of doing the show.
Yes, it is.
Thank you, Creighton Basketball, for getting me out of Big Red Overreaction.
Mm-hmm.
Here was one quote. We told you yesterday about Manfred's boy, a.k.a. Tony Petitti's idea to have a 24 or 28 team playoff with even more auto bids. CBS Sports talked to some people. According to one CFP executive, quote, "We sound like immature children throwing garbage against a wall."
Who said that? A CBS exec?
This was a CFP executive.
Oh, a CFP exec.
Told CBS Sports.
Okay, my bad.
An SEC administrator said it's frustrating that these topics can't be discussed behind the scenes and brought out to the public once they've been vetted.
See, and again, this goes back to my theory yesterday that this was leaked by somebody in the Big Ten because they think this idea sucks and they wanted other people to hear about it before it could even gain steam.
I think my theory is better.
And John,
they came up with this idea because they knew this was so bad, it makes their previous ideas sound good by comparison.
I saw that from Mr. Muscle Shirt yesterday. He said the same thing. So either you stole it from him or he stole it from you. Somebody stole that idea.
That was the first thing that came to my mind on Sunday when I saw it.
That's so insane that both of those are legitimate possibilities.
Isn't that crazy?
Like, how did we get to that point?
See,
I hate John's theory more than mine, though.
The only reason I tend not to agree with your theory is because, remember, they had every Big Ten coach up there at the podium last month talking about how great the 16-team, automatic bid idea was.
But you don't think that they were just putting on a face? Like, there's not a world where they were just doing that, so it was all standing together? You think that they actually believe it?
I think they believe it.
Yikes. That's wild. Then.
Why would they put their reputation if they didn't like it?
Yeah.
But they didn't want to break ranks. They just didn't need to say anything. But every damn coach said something positive about it.
Yeah.
I mean, if Matt Rule felt like, man, this is a dumb idea, he just wouldn't talk about it.
Rule would say that. You're right. And so, man, if
but how
so
they were all
you are
waving
correct,
the flag about how great this dumbass idea was.
But that dumbass idea isn't this dumbass idea, because this is worse.
Exactly, which is, again, why I think they floated it out there, because it's just
it would. I mean, it's like, hey, do you want to have a kid, right? You had children. Hey, do you want to have this broccoli? No. Okay, you can eat this or a piece of poop. They'll probably take the broccoli. You have to eat one of these choices. That's what this. But this isn't. It's just different shades of poop. That's what these ideas are.
It totally is.
It's so bad, man. It's so bad. I just hope that everybody in the country says no. We won't go.
Here was another SEC AD talking to CBS Sports, quote, "Realistically, there are probably only 8 to 12 teams across the country that have a legitimate chance to win the championship."
Sure.
So to imply that there are 6 to 8 Big Ten teams that are deserving of the opportunity to participate in the CFP playoffs is a huge stretch.
It is. And like, that's the obvious part about this, is this would not be about crowning a champ. It would be about money, and it would be about inventory, and it'd be about playoff games. But that's what all playoff expansions are about.
I know.
But man, this one would be pretty wild. Again, they are taking the wrong lesson from the first proposed plan. It is not the number of teams. People aren't like, there are too few teams in the playoff, we need it to be bigger. It's about the caste system. And so they're doing it. And I know it's lesser. It's not as bad mathematically because, hey, the ACC, the Big 12, you get 5 teams instead of just 2. So your number is actually going up. It's 2.5 times the number. And ours isn't even going up twice as many. It's like, that's what they're going to hide behind. But that's not what people dislike. It's not that it's small. It's this.
It is diminishing. I know Petitti is not going to say this because he's like, well, that means we'll have more meaningful games in November. No, you won't. Because I'm sorry, the battle for 7th place in the Big Ten is not that exciting. I hate to break this to you and your what you think is an NFL caliber conference.
Now, he's a baseball guy. This is what baseball does.
But no one is really going to be that jazzed if Minnesota is playing Wisconsin for 7th place.
See, but this
in the Big Ten.
But that is what you just said is why I think, again, you and I could do a great job of arguing for this. We are trying to open this up for more teams. We want everyone to have a chance.
Sure.
And like,
but it takes away from what has always been the beauty of this sport.
No disagreement.
And that is
no disagreement.
I mean, even back when the champion was voted on, we never liked that system. But I'm just saying, even when the champion was voted on, it felt like, hey, that team deserved it. That team was worthy. Or if it wasn't that team, it might have been the second place team or the third place team. But we weren't talking about, oh man, the 18th place team in the rankings, they were really the best team. Yeah. This sport has always been about, the champion has always been about trying to identify the best team.
Always.
The bigger you make a playoff, the more likely it is that you're not actually crowning the best team. The reason for playoffs do not exist to crown the best team. They are around for entertainment. That's it.
And I would say this. I think the 4-team playoff, I think, of course, the BCS before that, and I think the 12-team playoff. I think that they have kept the season's importance. Maybe it's not what it once was, but I still think right now the regular season means a whole hell of a lot. And I know that they lost to Michigan and then they won a title. But you can't tell me that rivalries have lost importance when you see the reaction that Ohio State had to that defeat again. I think that more games last year were important. I think that it was more interesting. But you do this, and you really, I think then you totally take away from the importance of the regular season in college football.
Because
it would diminish to a degree that it is not thus far.
Right.
And that's not what you want.
The reason why expanding the playoff was necessary or why it was debated was to give more people access. And so you're saying, well, doesn't 28 give you more access? No, the problem is it's still attached. This is insipid idea of automatic qualifiers. The idea of having access was that when the season starts, all 136 teams that begin play at least have a pathway to get there.
Mm-hmm.
That was the only reason I was ever for expanding beyond 4 teams. Hey, as long as you can tell me that at the beginning of the season, every team that plays major college football at least has a path to get there, then I'm willing to listen. But that doesn't mean I want to see the 7th place SEC team play in the playoff. No one wants that. No one with a right mind wants that.
No.
Only the fans of that 7th place team want that. But the needs of the many, as Mr. Spock once said, outweigh the needs of the few.
Nice.
May the force be with you. Oh, wait, that was the wrong one. All right, when we come back, we've got some content. We're going to find out about fans injecting themselves into games. There was a throwback last night and a new weekly segment. Who did Shohei Ohtani screw over this time?
Oh, John.
Coming up next on 1620 The Zone.
Look, I made you some
Unsportsmanlike
content.
Unsportsmanlike content.
Unsportsmanlike content. Content that's unsportsmanlike.
The Lincoln Park Zero World Tour with special guest Gene Dawson coming to the CHI Health Center Friday, August 29th. You can listen here to 1620 The Zone for more details on how to get into the show, or go to our website, 1620thezone.com. This is producer Peter in today for Nick with today's content.
Let's go, Peter.
Let's get it going. Hey, Chicago, what do you say? How bad did the Cubbies lose today?
They didn't.
They didn't.
Wow, interesting. I wonder who wrote this negative question, Pete.
Can't believe that Nick would do something like this on his way out the door.
Unreal. By the way,
they managed to hold on by the chin or the skin of their chinny chin.
Go back and listen to
They're
Ferrin's.
still like 19 games out of first place. But anyway.
The Ferrin interview today, it was glorious for a lot of reasons. He just kept making fun of John for a good half hour, including the Cubs stuff. He called you, he was like, you know baseball. And then he ripped
I do know baseball,
you.
and I know that if you can't score runs, you can't win games.
That is important.
They ain't been scoring runs.
That is important.
The Cincinnati Bengals national game last night, they won, but Washington's offense marched right down the field on their first drive for an easy score. If their defense is close to what it was last year, does that lower the ceiling?
Talking about the Bengals defense?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it does lower the ceiling.
Yeah.
Because you better have a championship level defense.
Yeah.
Now, I'm not going to take too much out of this. It is a preseason game. And how many times do you see it in the NFL where an offense gets off to a quick start and then the rest of the game they struggle? So I would hesitate to look too much into this. That's not to say that the Bengals defense doesn't have issues or can't have issues, but I'm not going to look at the result of this one preseason game and say, yeah, it's not going to be.
They will be bad on defense. The issue is going to be, and they showed a graphic about this early in the game last night, they need to get off to a better start. Their Septembers have been atrocious the last few years. Even the year after the Super Bowl when they made the AFC Championship, bad September, and it didn't in the end cost them because they made it all the way to the AFC title game. But the last 2 years they finished 9-8. But the last 2 years they've won a combined, I think it's 2 or 3 games in September. They need to get off to a better start. I think the defense is going to be a massive concern, but I felt that way going into last night.
Minnesota Vikings receiver Justin Jefferson practiced Monday for the first time in 25 days, recovering from that left hamstring strain he suffered. With a new quarterback in Minnesota, how big of a concern is this for the Vikes?
I'm always worried about players that miss this much time in the preseason, especially in an era when you're not really playing in preseason games, and then you come back and you have a chance at that soft tissue injury. We've seen it. I mean, you know, when Micah, whenever he plays this year, I know I'm going to be worried about that with him because he just hasn't been out there with his team. It's one thing to do things, to work out, and who knows how much he was able to do given that he had a hamstring strain to begin with. But I'd be worried, man. I always get squeamish when guys miss so much time and then they're going to be on the field in 2.5 weeks and expected to run full speed.
And keep in mind that they're not going to have Addison for the first 3 games because of the suspension. So this could be a very rocky first 3 games for the Minnesota Vikings. I would be very concerned right now if I were a member of the Purple Gang.
Speaking of hamstrings, switching over to baseball, Toronto Blue Jays first baseman Vlad Jr. left Monday night's 5-2 loss to the Pirates in the 5th inning because of hamstring tightness after a few really good defensive plays, which had him in the splits. Do you ever just do the splits yourself?
No.
Have you ever done them?
Never.
I'm not
made that way.
You know, my dad could when he was a young spry boy. I've never been able to. Do you know what they say when they knock you out for a surgery, they can just bend your body in all sorts of ways? Why is that?
I don't think I like that.
Why can't I
don't
do
like
the
this
splits
idea.
now? They can, though. John, when you were under, who knows what the doc did with you? All sorts of things.
What is this? Is this Jerry Seinfeld's dentist going? What's going on here?
I'm just saying it's possible. But no, Peter,
I'm always amazed when big guys like Vladimir Guerrero Jr. can do the splits.
Yeah, me too.
It's incredible.
It is really.
That level of flexibility is wild.
It is
I can't even come
incredible.
close.
But now he's got hamstring tightness. My hamstring wouldn't be tight. It would be screaming for relief.
Yeah.
I'd probably tear mine doing a half split. Were the Padres screwed out of a run last night due to fan interference?
Here was the play.
Oh, it fell out of his glove.
Fell out of the glove.
Here's a slower look at it. Here's a slower look. So he's up. He goes up to the fence. The ball actually is in his glove for a moment.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
And then, but they ruled fan interference on this. I don't think it was fan interference.
Live, I thought it was. And then
Giants
you watch
on
the replay.
Giants friendly
it looks
fire.
like it's more wall interference.
Yeah, that's a giant fan. By the way, this is in San Diego. So it took away a run from the Padres because it was ruled fan interference.
Yeah.
I think this is what the rule should be. I think you should be very strict on fan interference when you have ballparks like this where you can reach over and interfere with a home run.
Yeah.
That's why Wrigley Field added those baskets so many years ago. That was over 50 years ago they added those baskets. And everybody else was like, nope. And then you get situations like happened in the famous Orioles-Yankees playoff game. I think the home team should always be punished if they're going to be irresponsible and have a reckless ballpark like this.
Yeah, it definitely didn't seem like fan interference on the replay, but I understand why anyone would be frustrated. Jeffrey Mayer, people forget about him in the 90s. Remember Jeffrey Mayer?
Yep, that was him.
Mm-hmm.
A couple of significant injuries in college football. Texas Tech transfer running back Quentin Joyner is set to miss the year with a knee injury, and five-star freshman offensive tackle Andrew Babalola also lost at Michigan with a knee injury. Which team are you more likely to rule out?
I will say Michigan, but that's mainly because of the conference that they're in, not so much because of the injury itself, though the injury is obviously brutal. But it's already a really, really tough league. And it's not to say the Big 12 isn't tough, because it very much is. But I think that Texas Tech would be able to overcome this much more than Michigan is. But I think part of that, too, is how I view Michigan already in the pecking order, how I viewed them 24 hours ago versus today.
Yeah, my answer is Michigan, not because of the conference. I think Michigan's going to have a down year. Now, that said, this could be a significant loss for Texas Tech because Babalola might have started this year. He was probably going to play, but it wasn't a guarantee he was going to be as big of an impact player as Joyner was expected to be for Texas Tech. So I think it's really going to hurt them both. But I do think that Michigan will have the lesser season, which is why they were so desperate and went out and got Mr. Heiter today.
They did indeed, John. They did indeed.
That's Heiter.
Mm-hmm.
For the first time in more than 2 decades, Rich Eisen was the host of SportsCenter last night.
Tonight on SportsCenter, the preseason Monday Nighter certainly did not disappoint in D.C. While an old D.C. star powered up the Phillies against the Mariners twice. In Pittsburgh, Paul Skeens actually got runs, 2 of them. Was it enough against Toronto? But really, sometimes you gotta keep it simple and direct.
Why didn't you go down?
I wanted to score.
This show is all about strolling down memory lane. No, not about having hair. It's about throwing a whole bunch at you while having an old school good time. So stay tuned and don't flip out. SportsCenter is next. Hey there. Saying this for the first time in 22 years. Welcome to SportsCenter. Alongside all of you, I am Rich Eisen.
All right, how good was that?
That was so cool. I watched that last
I had
night.
no idea that was going on.
I didn't either until I saw a tweet about it after it had already happened. I knew that this was going to unfold at some point in time because of all the machinations that have happened with ESPN, that Rich Eisen was going to be doing stuff. This isn't going to be a regular thing. I wish that I would have remembered it so I could have watched it live. That is the SportsCenter of my youth in terms of the look and the sounds and the what was those trumpets, do we think, that were playing? I always forget in that open. How kind of smooth.
Saxophone.
Yeah.
Saxophone.
It's such a different version of SportsCenter. So I thought that was awesome. Rich Eisen's always been one of my favorite on-air personalities.
You know, the funny thing is, I didn't watch a lot of SportsCenter back then. I always missed it.
Really?
And it was back before the days where they would just replay it
a million
17
times.
times, or it was on like in the throughout the whole morning.
I'm surprised. That's like prime young. You don't hate ESPN era.
Well, no, it was just because of my schedule. About the only SportsCenter I saw regularly was the Sunday night show with Olbermann. And
Dan and Keith.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was the one we always saw.
Yeah.
The
big show.
But I would miss a lot of the other ones.
Yeah.
I occasionally pop in and out. But yeah, I mean, I was familiar that Rich Eisen was a SportsCenter anchor, but I just never. But I did. I love seeing the old graphics and
cool
and the old music. It's a great theme.
And finally, it's time for our weekly segment.
I don't
Who
like
did
this.
Shohei Ohtani screw over this time? Here's an interview with an Australian Little League player during the ESPN Sunday night broadcast.
To LA back in 2023 to watch the Angels game in which Shohei Ohtani was still in Angels, and during that time Kikuchi from Toronto Blue Jays was pitching, and then Ohtani was batting, and then he hit a home run into an area where the fans couldn't go, and then this guy got the ball and gave it to my brother. So the next day we went to the VIP box at the front, and I asked for his signature, but all he gave me was a side eye and like not a nice glance. So after that, like, I've never liked him ever since. He's not really humble, so yeah, not my style.
What a scumbag! Oh, you laugh.
He's focused, John. He's got you want your best players to be focused.
Sure, he's
on-
focused on the next thing he's trying to screw, like some guy of his land deal, or poor Ipe, who's still
Poor Ipe!
serving time for his gambling exploits.
Poor
Man,
Ipe.
I tell you what, the more we learn about this Shohei, the less good he seems
Why
to be.
you doing it like Mamma Mia?
Because
Shohei.
Shohei Ohtani is a better man.
No, he's a great person, and he's.
All
I
you
like
do is you hit the
focus.
ball, but you don't pitch him much anymore because you're
His
not
arm
the
hurts.
good.
His arm
He's not the
hurts.
owie. Oh, don't make him a sign of the autograph because it might have hurt him because he's a
John,
Fabergé egg.
Look at what happened. He had to have surgery. He still goes to work and he hits home runs. You hurt your arm and you skipped out on a week of shows. You were staying home for a month. We barely saw you. I'm at the doctor again. I can't do the show again. Shohei wouldn't do that. He'd show up and hit a home run.
No, he wouldn't. Curl up in a fetal position and try to figure out how he can screw someone out of their lifelong savings. All right, that is content. We'll come back, wrap it up with what's for dinner next on 1620 The Zone.
When you knock us down, we're going to get up. And on the way up, we're going to bite a kneecap off.
Crust is good on your pizza, not your ass.
I will eat your ass first.
He's tough as a Woolworth steak.
And then it's going to take 2 more shots to knock us down. All right. And on the way up, we're going to take your other kneecap.
I'm ready to hang them up, gut them, and skin them, and chop them up. You know what? I'm ready. My daughters aren't starving to death. I'll eat my neighbors.
And we're going to get up, and then it's going to take 3 shots to get us down. And when we do, we're going to take another hunk out of you.
Cliff, what are you going to take away as your best memory from playing basketball at Boston College?
Probably just like going out to eat.
Something with hamburger, because the wife had me get out some ground beef out of the freezer this morning.
Nice.
So it's something with hamburger.
I think I'm going to have some more of the, I forgot to upload it. I'm going to have some more of the gumbo as we go through the leftovers because we had quite a bit. It was awesome last night. Very excited. She was really happy with it because it's a process. She'd never made it before. So I don't think, at least. She was excited to try it. I think she was happy with how everything went and how it tasted.
You serve it over rice?
Yes.
I think tonight's going to be chicken Phillies.
Chicken Phillies. I like
good.
it, Peter.
Yeah.
All right. So I have a friend of mine who works with ConAgra, and we occasionally get these experimental foods. These are Vlasic. Yes, the people that make the pickles.
Yeah.
Vlasic pickle balls. These are spicy pickle flavored corn puffs.
I am in. I love pickles, and I love spicy, and I love trying things. How are they, John? They smell sour.
They definitely have. You know what? They're actually what they're supposed to be. It tastes like spicy pickles.
And the spice,
You know what?
I think it hits you at the end.
I
right?
like those.
Yeah, that's pretty tasty.
I might have a second one.
Honestly, I wish they were a little like crunchier. They're more because they're the puff balls are definitely more puff than like a Cheeto.
They really hit the flavor.
Mm-hmm.
They nailed that.
I'm serious. They hit the flavor.
I think those are a 2 thumbs up from me.
So is this available in stores or is this going to be available?
I think it's in test markets.
That's cool that you get a chance to try that.
I'm surprised how good that is.
Mm-hmm. You could leave some for the boys. They're doing. You see this? They stole our Taste Test Wednesday bit and they just renamed it.
That's true.
Taste Test Tuesday.
Or Peter, you can have it for dinner.
All right, tomorrow we got BYU.
Yep.
We got Mike Schaefer.
Yep.
We got
Dumb
Mitch
debates.
Holtis.
Dumb
We got
debates.
Dumb Debates. One day closer to football. We're happy.
Almost there.
Josh Hodson producing. It's going to be a great day.
Have a wonderful Tuesday, everyone.
John, you have a wonderful Tuesday.
Good night,
Thank you, Peter.
everybody.